Okay, so we are now live. I see on the screen, and again, I want to welcome you all for joining this evening for being here, looking at the work that's before us, and trying to struggle with an approach to making the best use of our time and having the most impact on the work that's in front of us. As I was saying, as we came on, there is so very much information. And it's sort of like, trying to take a sip of water, drinking out of a fire hose. So we all need to decide what is most important as far as getting this piece put together to go back to the administration. Because we know the bottom line is a report's going to be submitted, and it's going to be submitted on time. And it will include what we want to be the best, but we recognize that we will have to continue to work on this to make it what it should be. So I'm open to suggestions about how best to approach this Herculean task in front of us.
I can share the document if you want me to, so that you guys can look while you discuss. Would that be helpful?
Sure.
Did I just get called on?
You did.
I didn't raise my hand.
I know, but it was on your face. You wanted to. I helped you.
Well, not really.
If Nick is ready to go, I've got a recommendation I want to make. So, I'm willing to go.
Okay. All right, go.
So I'd like to direct everybody to page 51.
Sorry, do you mean 51 of the PDF or 51 of the report?
51 of the report, which I don't know what page that is on the PDF. It's response to mental health calls.
Yes.
So in that section, it's talking about, so in that section, we got H. Okay, good, we're H. I had to make sure. All right, so in that section, it's talking about the CI crisis intervention team and RPD officers that are trained, and it's a voluntary thing. I would like to amend it to require that all command staff complete the training. That way, regardless of which officers are on or which officers are not on, the captains, lieutenants, and sergeants that are on those shifts will have that training and can give an authoritative voice and direction to officers in the field.
Could we make it and?
Hang on. So here in this report, it's referred to as the crisis intervention team. I was talking to Dr. Alexander, and he said before it was the emergency disturbed person response team. I don't know which training is more comprehensive. Past Dr. Alexander was saying that I believe it would be the other program was 80 hours. So I would like to amend it that the command staff, regardless of whether they, as a condition of being in command, that all of the captains, lieutenants, and sergeants that are working with patrol have that training.
So, Councilmember Patterson,
Yes,
you had mentioned that earlier, and I went back and looked after we spoke. And if you look at H, look just on 51, and the last sentence on that page. So,
okay,
where it says, at this time, it's not recommended that RPD mandate CIT training for all officers. Is it, when I know you're not talking about all officers, you're talking about command staff, but it's all command staff. Does the same principle apply?
I think it does. I think, yeah, no, I think you have to mandate command staff, because the challenge here, look, the officer in the field has got a wide range of latitude in what to do. But they should be monitored, and I do believe they are monitored by their command staff. So when they're encountering these situations, it would be good to have someone, the folks who are required to exercise higher level executive function, for that executive function to be informed. And this is a way to inform that higher level executive function and give direction to officers in the field. So it's not about training all of the officers, but it is about training all of the command staff. And we have command staff in every one of our patrol areas. There's always at least a lieutenant on, usually a sergeant, and that's across all of the shifts. It's a significant number of officers, but I think in light of many of our recent occurrences, you know, we need to understand that the police are going to be responding, and we just can't leave it up to fortune and luck to hope that we have a good outcome. I think we have to push it, and I think training, especially in specifically to command staff, gets us moving in that direction.
All right, so how do we want to consider the amendments? Like just sort of stack them all up, or sort of thumbs up, thumbs down, just put them all in? How do we do that?
I have a clarifying question. Mike, are you saying, because what I'm reading is that there is this, instead of having CIT trained officers, or in addition to training command staff?
They can, no. This is specifically, since the recommendation in this report, and whether or not we want to accept that recommendation is another issue. In an ideal world, I would want all of the officers to have the training, but at least initially, it should at least be the command staff, because every shift has command staff.
So this is saying significantly increase the number, and you're saying at the bare minimum, have it be command staff. Is that's what you're saying, right?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
President Scott, I have a couple of them too. I have three items. Let me know how you want me to proceed.
How do you all want to handle the individual amendments?
I was wondering, President Scott, if we could just have a list of all of the ones that were items, and then we can discuss them more in depth after they're all presented, as you know, on separately from everything else. So you got Mike's, and then everyone kind of gives theirs, and then we can kind of see if those want to be added or not, or discussed further. That's what I was thinking.
Okay.
Should we do it by section? Because, you know, somebody else could have an amendment on this particular section. Are you talking about like go through all of the amendments in the whole document and then come back?
We'll just let people put what their, you know, what's on their mind, get it all on, get it all there, and then discuss it from there. Because I think we need to strip out I want to hear from what's important to everyone here, so I can, you know, kind of comment on it.
Yeah, let's do that. So Mike had that one. Lachey said she's got 3 that she wants to put out there.
Yes, I was looking at section on that same area, letter D, fostering a community-oriented culture. And it basically, if you can go to that, Katie, can you go to that section for me, please? And it's number 4. I'd like to at least have the language to say, in addition to what it already has there, to develop ways to screen recruits and anyone who's transferring from another department that may have had involvement with white supremacist groups. There should be screening that should be collaborated with federal agencies. In other words, I believe that the local law enforcement, our agencies here locally, should not do that screening. That should be done federally. And I like the language to support that. And then that would conclude my changes for that section. I have. Go ahead.
I was just no, you go ahead, Masha.
No, I'm good.
I was just going to say, I suggested for that one, putting the PAB's recommendation back in. And I wanted to understand how that was relating to your idea. So you're saying the monitoring should be happen at the federal level?
I'm saying that they should be screened, like before
Mm.
even getting the job at the federal level, they should be screened.
Got it.
And anyone who's transferring from another agency should also be screened the same way.
Got it.
There's sources, there's reports that says that white supremacists have infiltrated our law enforcement and our military. So
Mhm.
I like to go on to letter F, and that's policy, police strategies and practices. And I'd like to look at item number 11. And I'm not sure if anyone else has this, but I'd like to add on here that implement de-escalation training throughout the department, and to add that develop de-escalation strategies for every situation that includes citizen police confrontations. So I guess you crosswalk the de-escalation training throughout all policies and see if there's a place where that could be, some type of interaction, then find a way to add a de-escalation policy for each of those. And I believe that it should also be crosswalk through the recruitment policies as well. And that will conclude my recommendations for that. And then I have G, a small one for G number 2. Identify tasks handled by uniformed officers that can be handled by civilian individuals. I believe this can be done now. This is something that we can start working on now, and maybe adjust the timeline. And there is one other thing, and that goes back to President Scott's adjustments to maybe looking at resizing the police, looking at a timeline for the overall. And that's pretty much it for me. Thank you.
Who's next?
Sorry to keep clarifying. Lachey, are you saying that you'd want like by the end of 2021 or something sooner added to that?
I believe that I have in my notes that, I wanted to look at something within the next year to 5 years, but I want to revert to more discussion between you guys as my colleagues, because I think that like President Scott said, the timeline needs to be adjusted. We need to institute timelines. So, I'm open to that, but I really believe that we can move much faster than just aiming for a 5 to 10 year period.
I totally agree.
Vice President.
Yes, Madam President. I'm keenly aware, and I'm not going to do a lot of talking because me and Miguel spent a lot of months working on a lot of this stuff. So I would like to hear what the rest of the colleagues have to say. But I just want to highlight what's already highlighted. And Katie did a nice job with lining up the different recommendations of the different groups, PAB, along with the Race Commission. And I was sat on the Race Commission as well. And I like the fact of in the mental health, the systems alluring the current county and city initiatives regarding mental health emergencies, response services, and fully integrate one emergency response system, not two. An uncoordinated or solid approach to new initiatives will only prolong the inequities. So I would like to see an integrated system, not just two systems, but one system by the end of this year, is what I would like to see us try to work towards. And I know that takes county and city, but nonetheless, I think it's imperative and important piece.
That's in which one?
I don't know what number it is on your form, but it's in the mental health. It came
Okay.
under the Race Commission recommendations.
Okay.
Under systems. And I'll digress for the rest of colleagues.
Katie, tell me again, I didn't see the code for the color. What's the color coding?
Okay, so if we go, let me go to the beginning where it starts. Basically, I took anything that we got that was a specific recommendation that I could point to a place in the plan. And so yours, President Scott's are yellow. PAB is blue. Councilmember Melendez is orange. And Councilmember Lupien is green.
Okay.
And so I can either go through section by section, or we can do it person by person, whichever is easier. And everyone did only, the recommendations are all within the actual reform recommendation section. So it's only about like 20-ish, a little less pages.
Oh, you were working hard as a little beaver today. My goodness. Okay. Let's see if we can, where are Councilmember Gruber's?
Well, okay, so his are tricky because they're
Mine
broad.
Mine a little more existential.
And so I didn't know if you would want me to go through and like highlight certain verbs, and then I didn't want it to get messy. So they are not represented, but they're in my brain.
I mean, the truth is, President Scott, what I wrote is, I go back to what you started with. I cannot make actual, I agree with what I just heard from Councilmember Patterson and Councilmember Harris. Those are good, and Councilmember Lightfoot, those are good line item, word exchanges and tightening of language. But there is so much here that is so flawed from a process perspective. And I would say that particularly the thing that I just cannot grapple with is how this relates to budget. So even what we've all heard talked about already, everyone touched on the mental health section. Pardon me, my allergies are in with the season change. But that section says that the whole PIC team is going to start in January. It's a 6-month pilot, and they're going to evaluate it. And it's all very reasonable things to evaluate and ways to determine next steps. But as we all know, the budget is being worked on currently. The 6 months is going to be up in June. We're already going to have voted on a budget. And so I can't get behind something that asks us to, in good faith, just assume that those evaluations are going to translate to budget, because we know the process means that it just might not. So for me, I would need to understand what the budget crosswalk is. What is OMB working on at this moment to get to us in a couple months? And if I don't have that information, I can't sit here and do line item edits.
And I think the thing that makes it even more complex is that we recognize that without financial commitments, all of this is just pipe dreams, right? But we also recognize that there's a huge chunk of money coming down the pike that we will have access to, that you can't think of any other time when there would be this particular convergence. So the way I see it, I believe that we need to do some some thinking that we wouldn't normally do, that I think sound fiduciary practices would speak against it, because we know where we are right now, that some of the things we can state as wanting to have done, recognizing that it's subject to fund availability, and with the expectation that we would be able to plug some of that. For example, I'll give you an example. Dash cameras. I think that's something that could be purchased out of the money that comes down from the state. And the reason I say that, I mean the feds. And the reason I say that is we're getting all hyped about the money that's coming from the feds, but the fact of it is, far as I know, I haven't heard that's a one-shot deal. So you can't hire a whole lot of staff with it, but you can buy some stuff that you would not otherwise be available to afford, like dash cameras, and that's in here. So we could look at this stuff and list it if it's really important to us, recognizing that it's going to be subject fund availability, and where we can, if we have enough information now to plug in a number, recognizing that the budget, we've already submitted our budget for all intents and purposes. This is March, right? And it'll be pretty well complete in April. You say, you're asking what OMB is working on. They're not working on this because they don't know what it is. We haven't given them anything. So we're going to operate blindly for a minute, but I think we do have to put in those things that we think we would like to have subject to fund availability, and just do a WAG on the time frame, because we don't, you know what a WAG is, right?
Yeah, but what I find frustrating about that is that we don't know, and maybe OMB doesn't, but
Right.
this is not city council's plan. This is the administration's plan, who is working on this concurrently with working on the budget.
You're right.
And the example I gave during our last work session, I'm going to give again, and I put it in the memo that I submitted, which is to say, there's a couple jobs in here where it says, let's consider hiring for these jobs, and they're not huge amounts of staff. It's executive level jobs, a director of public safety. Well, when we were talking, and I was asking this question last time, the response from administration was, well, if you guys want that, go for it. But we don't hire people. We don't stick people into org charts. We don't develop KPIs and evaluate people's performance. So at a certain point, it's like, well, is the budget going to add for these jobs or not? And my sense is that if on March 22nd, we're being asked without an indication that they are, then they're not. And so then it's a recommendation for the following year.
I don't understand, because don't we have control of the budget and the charter to be able to add, a Department of Public Safety, so that we have control of some of this?
Yeah, some of it, but again, I think that, and I think we have to be very clear, because there's a lot of misinformation in terms of council's role and the administration's role. People need to remember that it is the administration that runs the police department and will have to implement any of the things that we set out. So, I mean, what's been confusing to me is how this current document, and I know Katie has outlined some of this, how this current document has taken into consideration all the things that we've heard, all the things that they've heard from the various entities, packaged it, and what are the top 5 to 10 things that will be transformative as it relates to the police department. Like that's what I think people are interested in, because what we have here is just a lot of information, but I'm hard pressed to pull out the 5 or 10 things that will have budgetary impact in the short term, medium term, or long term. And secondly, what are the 5 or 10 things that we can put on a card to say, hey, this report is saying that we're going to fully fund mental health. This report is saying that we are going to have 24-hour arraignments in city court. So I think that's the place where I'm struggling. How are we going to pull the top 5 or 10 things that are important for council and reconcile them within this report, and then at the same time also ensure that they factor in the other groups that were consulted in the putting together of this report that we have, because there's so many different pieces. But I think that's what we have to figure out, and if we can't figure that out, then I think we have to go back to the administration and tell them to put something that takes into consideration all the things that we're saying and the other groups are saying, because they have to implement.
See, I kind of like the thought pattern that you're in, Malik, but that's why I asked for an overarching themes, right? Interconnections of, and I'm not just talking about what council wants. I wanted to see what was reoccurring from all of the public different comments from all of the different groups, whether it was PAB, whether it was the ministers, clergy group, whether it was the town hall meetings or the phone call meetings or the race commission. I want it because at the end of the day, it's not about what we want, it's what the people want. We work for the people. So it ain't got nothing to do with what we want. It's what the people want. And so I wanted to see what were the overarching themes that were coming from the public and what were across all of those particular areas. And we may find that, that they're all saying the same thing. What are the 3 to 5 things that everybody was saying, right?
Right.
And then to me, we start there. Okay, that, in my opinion, because everybody's saying it, the same thing, right? And so, as opposed to us dealing with and pushing on areas who may not be as relevant across all across the board when it comes to the public, and so that's kind of where I was looking to hopefully be able to know that Doreen said that she could do something like that. And, I thought that would be very helpful when trying to break down such a massive document. But at the end of the day, we know that probably every municipality, I would imagine, across the state of New York is having this same struggle, because we're all strapped for money. We all trying to meet this executive order. And they're going to be, so I'm wondering if it's possible for us, as we look at those overarching themes and interconnectivity between across all the public input, as well as is there a clause that we can put in there that says, of course, we know we can amend and update things ongoingly, but that we can look at and say, okay, we expect this to happen by this date, according to whatever we deem as priority, and that we have in this amount of time, we come back to this document and this time and to address it based on new information that we may have from new funding that we have to align this with the budget on these dates, and unless we don't have that information by that time. I think that's that could be an approach, since we don't have all of the information right now, financially, that is, of how much money, we know how much, but what we can use it for, but we can kind of put that in that could be an amendment by itself that we attach further on going forward as we get that information by this time, and we keep revisiting it and re-amending it till we get the information we can get and attach the priority things that we identify holistically to the budget and an implementation plan, because no one has that information. No one has it.
Can I just go back to this memo that was sent related to the rumor hell thing? Because my question is does this report contain these things? And I think that's an important question that needs to have answered, because we spent this money on the rumor hell thing that I was not too big on, but we were told that this would work with all the parties and the groups, and it would, and the final report would have this. So it said in this memo that was sent by council, Vice President Lightfoot captured all the info and council agreed to it. It said include policies and procedures related to 1, use of force, 2, de-escalation of critical instances, body-worn cameras, responding to mental health related calls for assistance. As part of that review, we will make specific recommendations for change as necessary. We will assess and make recommendations for changes and enhancements to RPD's training program on use of force de-escalation and responding to those experiencing mental health issues. RPD can then implement the recommendations in developing a training curriculum, schedule an ongoing certification program for officers to acknowledge that they have completed the training, and the RPD to ensure the training is effectively and regularly reinforced. So that was something that was agreed upon by a lot of folks. So is that in there? And if that is, what are the timelines? What are the things that we're saying? Because that was something that the body, all of us agreed were important things. So I'm using that as an example of how are we showing that what we said we were going to agree to is in this report. And then the last thing we talked about was fully developing a reporting structure that allows the engagement of council and administration and stakeholders to keep RAISE, Police Accountability Board, PAB, and other groups who will coordinate to make that happen. So those were the things that thought we were going to get as a result of this product. And so my question is that in there? And if it is, how do we pull it out, operationalize it, put dollars to it, and make it effective? And if it's not, can it be sent back to highlight where that is? Otherwise, to your point, Loretta, it's like eating that elephant. It's just a bunch of stuff. You're muted, Madam President.
I said, I think some of it is in there, even some of the Wilmer Hale stuff. And it is interspersed throughout. It's not in the concise format such as was alluded to, though, which is what makes it difficult for me. So where does that take us back to?
Just a quick question. I didn't think the Wilmer Hale report isn't complete yet, is it?
I don't know what complete is. I know that some of the stuff they're doing now, like the policy that was just released on the chokehold and stuff. Is that what it's called? It was the one on chokehold, and there was another one just last week.
Duty to intervene.
Yeah.
Yes. Those came out of there.
Right, but I'm just saying, but I still don't think their report is complete or has been submitted. I think they provided some information over to us, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Like but the stuff I just read was supposed to be like was supposed to be phase one, and it refers specifically ready to address this executive order. So my question is that are those items ready to address what was gonna be said to include in this executive order, which is what we're talking about? And if not, why not? Because those were all important items, from the mental health thing to de-escalation to use of force. I know some of that stuff is mentioned, but what does that look like from it being specific? And I mean, there's tons of other stuff too that was bantied around, but those were specific things that were outlined in that October memo.
And that was from whom?
That was from
transmittal memo?
Yeah, no, that was from council. That was the Vice President Lightfoot, Chair of Public Safety, collected all of our feedback and comments.
Is this the one you're referencing?
Is that? Yep, that's it. Yep. That's it.
It was sent October 6th.
So this was our ask, right?
Right.
This was our ask.
Mm-hmm.
And so they made some recommendations, but their complete charge was not Executive 203.
Right.
That was not their complete charge. They sat in on the process because it made sense to align. I think the goal was that, what we were hearing was that there were too many people in the kitchen, right? And so the goal was that the kitchen was so big, as you see, as we're literally looking at, right, that you needed all of as many experts as we possibly could get, from my opinion, in there to help us break this and have the alignment, because you had all of these individuals looking at the same stuff. Police accountability, Wilmer Hale was looking at some of it, as well as the Race Commission. So the attempt was to combine have all of these people at the same table when going over Executive 203, and to get all of their recommendations, which the Executive 203 document in its complete, not the one that had the appendixes on it. Those all have all of the recommendations in their entirety. There are recommendations that all have given that are in the document in various places, but all of everyone's things did not make it into the administration's version of the Executive 203, but they would be found, the additional ones, in like the PAB. There's a lot of stuff that necessarily not in the current executive order. Race Commission stuff came in kind of late, right? So this stuff is not all in the executive order, but they were included in the appendix. So that's why I asked for the administration to look at all of the documents and all of the information that was compiled, right? And give us the overlaying and the things that were connected and reappearing and reoccurring throughout all of the documents, to include the public information sessions. To me, now it's just me now, that is the way how I would approach this whole situation. Because other than that, who are you going to pick and choose what recommendations, and then our own recommendations that may not, and that's why I said to digest all of that information, because some of the recommendations that even we may have may already exist in all of this information, right? And so that's why I thought that would be very helpful to be able to have that. But again, I hear what you're saying, Councilmember Evans, but the executive order was only a portion of some of the work that Wilmer Hill, their work is not complete yet.
Yeah, I know, but what I was saying, Mr. Vice President, is that what they have completed so far, I'm sure some of it could be included in this and my question is any of that included in here? And if not, why not?
I know the PAB talked about, what was it, a dozen recommendations that Wilmer Hill presented. I don't know if they're included in the appendix to know which they are. And President Lightfoot, I don't know, or sorry, VP, I sent out a spreadsheet that kind of took what I heard from the public information sessions in terms of the overarching themes that you're talking about. And then I had Jen go through all of the—
What public information sessions are you referring to?
Not the public forums that we held, to give us feedback, the last two,
Okay.
yeah.
The ones that council did.
And all of the feedback that the mayor got, I had Jen go through and kind of categorize it. So we have kind of an idea of where folks, want us to go, I think. But I don't know if we don't have it at the level of this plan. We have kind of those overarching themes, like we heard loud and clear, people want the PAB to have funding to do their work, and people want, the PIC team to be able to do their work, and some white supremacy, like we heard those things over and over again. But there's so much in here, I agree, and stuff that's not in here. Some of my amendments are additions to stuff. I think that we're going to do our best effort here to amend the plan. I don't know if pushing this back on administration will get us what we're looking for by April 1st.
I thought I saw something either with the report when it was sent over, which is sort of like a summary. It listed like 6 or 7 items, topics, issues that were the ones that were top line, so to speak. Am I imagining that?
I think you're referencing the executive summary. Let me pull it up. I did just send over what Wilmer Hale submitted. It's 420 pages, so I haven't read it.
That's just a collection of articles, so
yeah, it's just, yeah, it's not anything written by them, I think.
No offense, but I could have done that.
So I think, let me share my screen, President Scott. Is this what you're referencing? The executive summary that has like, it's kind of just the reform section of the plan, a little shorter, I think.
Yeah, maybe that's what it was. Maybe.
But it's not like 6 or 7 items, it's longer.
So it does sort of pull out the most prominent of the recommendations that are included in the sections.
I think the executive summary is very similar to the reform recommendation section. And so I think they break the recommendations down by accountability, community engagement, and programming.
Right.
Yeah, which is how Beth and I made that spreadsheet resulting from your guys' public forums is we use those main categories to put everyone's comments into. I think that's the most broad example we have.
Okay. All right, so let's go back to, I guess, to where we were. And going through.
If I could chime in.
Oops, I'm sorry, I'm neglecting the chat down here. Who's this? Go ahead, Councilmember Melendez, while I look at this.
Yeah, so I did submit a lot of feedback in terms of some of the recommendations. I guess at a high level, I just want to say a few things. I agree with VP Lightfoot on the one mental health response from the Race Commission. Looking at fit, facet, and pick, and thinking about how we integrate services with the county and how that is triggered by 911 to respond to some of the issues that we have, the crises that we have. I also think, and this was in the mission report, I believe, as well, that 911 analysis around calls for service and determining where there are calls that could be taken by other first responders. I think that's something that will help us understand where RPD is spending time and where it might be an opportunity anyway to look at if there's another first responder that's more appropriate for certain types of calls, not all calls, obviously. And in the right sizing of RPD, I think we also have to right size the job and really think about what belongs in RPD's purview and what might it be someone else's job, or is there a potential civilian response or solution? I do think that the job of an officer has become larger and larger over time, and we really need to look at what do we want as a community broadly to have RPD responding to. And I think if we do those things based on the diversion of calls, that will start to help us right size the department on the whole. And I think that would also have some budget implications. If we're diverting calls, a certain percentage of the calls that we divert, eventually I think we can reallocate the resources, outside resources, to help us fund some of the other systems that we want to see, particularly around mental health. So those are just high level comments. I know that there's a lot of comments that we all have. And I don't know, Katie, if you're going to be sharing this document or not with us, but there's a lot of comments that I see on the side there in the document. But I know we're running out of time as well.
Yeah, I can definitely share it.
Is there a way for us to work inside this document like you did?
I don't think that Adobe can allow you to do it. It's tricky that this is a PDF because obviously it's hard to edit. But I mean, you could always edit it and send it back and forth, which is tedious.
Administration must have this in Word doc form, wouldn't you think?
I would assume so. But I know that Conda put an ask out for it.
I've asked that question and I haven't received a response.
Because that would be so much easier.
Yeah. Yeah.
Councilmember Melendez, your comments about evaluating the types of calls and the numbers and all of that, is it related or similar to number 3 that's on the screen now? And there also is something like that in the PAB recommendations.
A lot of people commented on this. I think what Councilmember Melendez is talking about is number 4, and many colors means that everyone talked about it. So like raise PAB and council members that submitted it all had comments about it.
Mhm.
Let me scroll to the PAB's recommendation.
But I'm sorry to be like a broken record on this, but 3 and 4 are good recommendations, but there's no sense of what the investment is. And I just don't understand how, like, when we would figure out what the investment is going to be. And I hear your point from before, Councilmember Lupi, and yes, we control the budget. But what we don't control are the staffing patterns. So we can ask administration to create whatever positions that we want. We can ask them to add whatever staff that we want. But if the administration ultimately isn't the one to develop the plan for how to deploy those staff, it doesn't go anywhere. And I just don't understand how 3 and 4 doesn't lead to a more specific budget crosswalk. And that's what I would need to see from administration to be able to get behind that.
Yeah, I would imagine that Commissioner Lamont-Torres has an idea of what she needs to do the work that she promised. So I don't know if that's going to come across in budget incrementals or, what that looks like with this new federal money coming in. But, I would think it's at least 5 million. And the PAB's recommendation is not just PIC team, it's other, because there's other parts of this ecosystem too, like the U of R team, and like, what are we investing in the ecosystem?
But I think you can't talk about mental health, and I think someone said this earlier, without talking about the context of the county, because if you're ever going to get to the scale where you have somebody that can go on a mental health call, you have to have that county integration as well as anybody else. So that has to be important. And the question is that fleshed out in this document, or is it stated as a guiding principle? One of the things we talk about, things that are in common. I mean, mental health is like the one thing that every single group has agreed with. So the question is what that dollar figure is, or is it just a stated principle and we work on what the cash amount is going to be? But I think the county piece has to be integrated in that as well somehow, in order to get to scale, so that way you'll always have somebody available to respond to a mental health call.
Well, I think the PIC team is scaling up to do that right now. We just have to support them.
And can I just add this too, just so that I know this is what I constantly remember, and Miguel could, Councilmember Melendez can correct me if I'm wrong, but I just want to remind folks that Executive 203, of course, was the governor's executive order. So it was not necessarily the city of Rochester's attempt to deal with some of our issues that we have in our city, right? And that we've been going through in the civil unrest and et cetera. So I want to keep it in mind that this is just a tool, one tool, right? And it's not the end all of trying to solve all of our issues in this one executive order. I just want people to understand that, some of the work that we're going to have to continue to do, especially around policing, around our services that we provide, et cetera, will be ongoing for us as council members. This should not be looked at as the single document or the single thing that is supposed to solve all of our issues. And I just want people to understand, I don't want to give a false pretense that Executive 203 is supposed to be the end all, save all to all of our policing type problems and issues. It's just one tool that the governor has asked us to present. But we know that we have our race commission report. We have more information that probably will come out of the Police Accountability Board. We have other recommendations and or policies or laws and or different services that we may decide to do as a council as we move forward, that has nothing to do with Executive 203, or it may align, but I just want to really iterate that this is not the end all to the entire issues that we're having around policing. That was not the purpose or the intent, I believe, around what I know I got involved in as far as being with on the committee to work on Executive 203. And I don't think that was the intent of anybody that was in that room or part of this process.
Yeah, Vice President Lightfoot, to your point, when I got my hands on the Race Commission report, there was probably a half dozen right out of the gate that was like, man, I wish this was in our report. And I submitted those comments, by the way, but I think that to your point, there's just so much that we can do and can continue to do beyond the submission to really evolve what we do with policing and mental health services and other services in our community.
And Will, I don't disagree with your point. I mean, you're never gonna find a panacea for everything, but EO 203, in my opinion, is supposed to be the corollary to. It's supposed to be a comprehensive plan around policing. I mean, that's not to say every single thing is captured in Rochester 2034, but by the time it came to us, it was supposed to be the roadmap. And I would expect that when we are ready to vote on EO 203, it's the roadmap. And I just don't, that's not the feeling that I get from this. And it's not to disparage the hard work that you and so many other people did, but it is to say that I think the process was flawed, because fundamentally from the start, I think the Race Commission thought, I think people thought Wilmer Hale was supposed to quarterback it. People thought the Race Commission was supposed to quarterback it. And in the end, there wasn't a quarterback until very late in the game. And now we have recommendations that are full of really good stuff, but just lack specificity.
And I mean, being that this is an executive order, and everybody knows executive order, it carries the force of law. But they are tough municipalities to put together. But if you look at the guidance from the executive order, I don't know if anybody looked at that. They broke it into a couple of sections. So section 1, for example, was around what function should the police perform, right? So it talked about determining the role of police, staffing, budgeting, and then equipping the police department. So if that's something important, which we heard from across a bunch of different groups, is that in there, right? And then I think Willie had, Vice President Lightfoot had a point of what was heard across those groups related to the executive order. Could we pull those out, talk about those, and then get on that? And then the other thing was about, and we've heard this, employing smart and effective policing standards and strategies. Can we pull that out from across the groups? What does that look like? What's the cost? And then the other one was fostering community-oriented leadership, culture, and accountability. How do you do that? Pull that out. And then the other one was recruiting and supporting excellent personnel. And then the most important piece was the collaborative plan. How does it work collaboratively with all those organizations? So that's the high level of the executive order. That's like, I mean, because that's who this is going to. This is going to the state for their final approval. So how is there a way, if all of that is in there from the PAB, from Wilmer Hale, from city council members, from the Race Commission, how do you pull those things out in response to this executive order and then operationalize it? I think those are the pieces.
Malik, just so you understand the process that we went through. And again, Miguel, you can correct me if I'm wrong. That's exactly how we went into this whole drafting of the draft. Daraine pulled out all 8. I think there were 8 of the areas, all 8 areas. And we went through each area with PAB, with a member from Race Commission. And what the issue was, though, everyone's full recommendations didn't all get adopted. Okay. So the administration had some of the areas were adopted from Wilmer Hale. They weren't originally in our documents that we were using, they were identified. Okay. Like we knew the Race Commission gave this, we knew the PAB gave this, in the documents that we had, but because it was one document that was representing the entire collective, it was not identified as far as the draft. In the draft, it wasn't identified who gave what, right? It was just general as the comments of the people who were all there. That's why they included in the appendixes, that's why they included everybody's full reports. So the people had to go and look at those reports and could see who gave what based on what was in their individual reports, right? And so that's how it may have gotten confusing to some, but it didn't matter where it came from, right? The key was that we met the objective of the 8 pieces that you were just speaking to. And that's exactly where all of these recommendations came from. They came as a result of us going line by line from the executive order of the 8 priorities areas that were identified. And that's what you have before you. You have the recommendations that came from the collective. All of their recommendations did not make it into the executive order. And that's what you see in the spreadsheet that Katie did to show some of the stuff that was not in there. And also that Mary Lupien, Councilmember Lupien, also kind of highlighted some of the areas that were not, and when she said just recently, put back PAB, put this, because that all of the recommendations did not make it in there, because the document probably would have been twice as long. But I just wanted to, for clarification purposes, that's exactly how this document was approached, by approaching all of the priority areas of the Executive Order 203.
Are we gonna continue today with going through our amendments?
Yes, let's look at what Katie prepared and see if we can, that may be an expeditious way of doing it. Because it does highlight, she put them all in that we have.
Well, Madam President, has every member of council gone through the amendments they would like to propose? And I mean, are we done with that phase of this?
I think
Not
they're
yet.
in what she highlighted in the document.
Yeah, they are.
That's what I was proposing we do.
Okay, well, I'm only asking as a matter of fairness. Just, I got a chance to say what I wanted to add. Members got a chance to say what they wanted to add. I want to make sure that everybody got a chance to say what they wanted to add or change. So have we completed that phase? Is everybody done that?
You're right, Mike. You're right, Mike. Is Jose, only person I don't think we heard from is Jose. Is he here?
I have a lot of recommendations that I haven't had a chance to go through.
Okay.
And I think probably Councilmember Miguel Melendez does as well. Like, I don't think we scratched the surface by 15 pages.
Okay, well, can I ask this question? Just, I don't have a problem with listening to them. I just want to ask this question for clarity. Katie, or Mary, are they in the document that Katie has as well?
Yes.
They are? Okay, Councilman Melendez, are they in the document that Katie has as well? Yours?
Yes, sir.
Okay, no, go ahead, Mary. I'm sorry, or Madam President, I'm sorry.
So in going through these, I think that would hit all of the ones that were submitted. And the question then is whether or not we want to include them as they're listed.
Do you want me to
So we
start
can-
voting through them?
Yeah,
Okay. And whoever actually submitted them, feel free to interrupt me.
okay.
So under A, accountability, President Scott added a deadline of by June 30th, 2021 to petition the state of New York to amend the Taylor law and Triborough amendment. I assume you mean, I wanted to ask you, what deadline is that for when they're petitioning the state, when we're?
Yeah, because I may be wrong, but I thought that was, as we've done before, when we petitioned to ask for legislation to require city residency. So I was looking at it something like that. We're going to write a letter, basically.
Yeah. Any comments? Should I
But
keep
that's at
going?
2021. Yeah, 2021.
Yeah. The next one is 2, release comprehensive statistics on the RPD's internal investigations as required by law. President Scott added by June 30th, 2021 and quarterly thereafter. Next one is invest in whatever resources are necessary to release as soon as possible an online portal that will allow the public to review the disciplinary histories of individual officers. And you, President Scott, added to determine the amount by September 30th of this year and allocate accordingly. So you mean determine the amount of money
Yes.
needed. Okay.
Yeah.
They did make a note that litigation is underway and will provide guidance on this topic. I assume they mean oh, I was assuming wrong. Never mind.
Is that local or state litigation?
I thought they were making a reference to the PAB disciplinary powers, but that's not right. It's
'Cause I
Public
know the locus
Officers
clubs-
Law, section 86 and 80, just 86.
Hey, Katie, I hate to act old, but can you make it a little bigger, please?
No, you're fine. You can make it bigger. Is that
Can you
better?
make it a lot bigger?
One more time.
One more.
Thank you.
There you go. I'm not sure. I can make a note to figure out what that is, but I don't know.
I have a comment about that section that I didn't submit, but
Mhm.
the disciplinary histories of officers, we've already put stuff on the portal, and I know that there's some back and forth, like there's information that's able to be released to the public through FOIL that they didn't include in the portal. And it seems like this is correcting that, but I'm unclear.
I think it has something to do with the fact that what is seen now is a history where discipline was exacted,
Right.
but there are instances where the member, as they refer to themselves,
Mhm.
the member had an involvement in something, but there was no actual discipline, but there was like a citing of something that went wrong, but there was no discipline.
Yeah.
So there's that little finite line that's keeping a lot of the information out of the public view.
But I think that it's available for FOIL. I think that's what Tim Curtin said, that maybe some of this stuff is getting released as the media is foiling. But I think there was a decision not to include it on the portal, and I don't understand if this is something different than we're already doing. I was curious as to how you were reading it.
Well,
So disciplinary history and compliance, how are they? Yeah. Because I think the online portal is up with the information that they put out there before. So saying investing in them seems like there's something different.
So you're asking, how does this differ from investing in the open data portal?
No, sorry, I'm not being clear. So to my understanding, the records that they had planned to release for disciplinary histories have already been put on the portal. But there's a discrepancy between what's allowed to be released by law and what they decided to put on the portal. And I'm wondering if this corrects that discrepancy.
well, perhaps, and maybe that's what's in the litigation thing.
Okay.
So the next one, both the PAB had a recommendation that wasn't included in this, and then I think Councilmember Melendez and President Scott commented on it, but it was create strict disciplinary rules, banning discriminatory enforcement patterns, broken window theory, structural racism, racial profiling, stop and frisk, pretextual stops, and enforce those rules using data gathering methods that reveal the enforcement patterns of individual officers. And so the PA,
Councilmember Lupien, didn't you have something like that?
It has a section about pretextual stops.
yeah, and she added we can find it, but there's a whole other section about pretextual stops.
Okay, does it go here, or is it more, or is it?
I thought it would go in section J, 12, because in that section, they actually differ from the above saying banning it to training on the proper use of, which I think by definition, pretextual stops are inequitable. So I just updated that to go into detail about protection steps.
I just pulled up her suggestion.
What puzzles me is when you say pretext, the whole thing, when you talk about a pretext, that means it's like not real, it's made up. But there must be something deeper that I don't see. So, you know,
It's like stop and frisk in a car.
Mm-hmm.
It's somebody not coming to a rolling stop and having two officers looking in the back of their car asking to search it. You know, it's like smelling marijuana and using that as a reason to search a car. Does that make sense?
I understand that they do it.
Okay.
It's just, for me, the moment you say pretext, it sort of underlies the whole thing for me. But I'm not arguing that. People are stuck on it, so we'll go with it.
Let me go back. And then Councilmember Melendez added by April 1st, 2021. So we have two different deadline suggestions. There was the April 1st, 2021, and then President Scott, you said create disciplinary rules within 60 days of development of new policies.
Yeah,
The reason I put that is that the police department, the chief just released those two policies. But I understand there are no disciplinary rules. I was listening to the PAB's comments the other night that the policies are released, but it's not clear what the discipline would be for violating them. So you can't have it that far out in making the new policies. It should be closer to the implementation of the policy.
Anyone else? So the next one was fully comply with the Police Accountability Board's authority as outlined in the city charter. But the PAB's recommendation was the city shall take whatever legal and policy steps are necessary to fully protect, support, and ensure cooperation with the PAB's investigations into individual RPD officers, as well as RPD's policies, practices, and procedures. And then Councilmember Melendez had suggested to change it to develop streamlined and efficient processes to ensure the PAB can function in fulfilling its duties in a timely manner proposed within the next 6 months. President Scott said just the one line, but add by April 1st. Oh, I assume it was 2021 and I mixed up the years.
And the reason I put that is that we are currently working on a memorandum of understanding that delineates timelines for the release of information. And it's fairly detailed. It'll be negotiated between the law department, RPD, PAB, council, all of us. And that's almost complete. We'll be getting the draft out soon. So although that date looks ambitious, I think it's reasonable given where we are with those negotiations and the importance of doing this.
Next one. Ensure, oh, I'm sorry, we're going to say something.
Me?
Yeah, I heard someone.
Yeah. I was just wondering, because I know in one of the meetings, Tim Curtin was kind of like making delineation in between their powers, the PAB's powers, depending on what kind of investigation they're doing. And didn't know if that was making its way into the MOU, because I think there's some question about his analysis.
I don't think so, but I mean, they're working on it. They will be developing that jointly.
So number 6 was ensure that the RPD after action reviews, which is completed when there is a major event, are being effectively used. This review process documents what happened, how it happened, who needs to be notified, and what changes might be needed in policy and practice. President Scott added by April 1st, 2021, which I have the question of what needs to be done by April 15th, 2021, just so that it's in the right part of the sentence.
The process for ensuring that that information is collected and used and shared.
Okay.
Because it's not new. It's just not, probably not happening the way it should.
We had no comments on 7 of the first section, but we did for B of community engagement programming.
Can we sort of sum up on
Yeah.
A?
So I think for A, the main points are adding deadlines.
So where are you all on that? We're generally supportive of what's up there.
Well, now, are there any elements that are in conflict?
I think just
5.
yeah, I think how specific people want to take 5 or how literal.
Okay.
So colleagues, is that an item that we want to table for now and give us some time to consider?
I would recommend that.
Okay, so
I'm in agreement.
So if we're looking at tabling 5, what do we think about the rest of A? Are we more or less in agreement, the 8 of us who are here?
Can you remind me what Miguel's comments were on enforcement patterns? He's green, right?
That's just an overlap of many people. Miguel
His is
said
as
to
of
add,
April 1st.
yeah,
Okay.
versus the within 60 days.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
And adding,
wait.
and adding.
By
President Scott's
April
language.
1st.
2022, all right.
We need,
Oh, okay.
mine was 2022.
Oh,
My
I'm
bad.
with the sooner date.
Yeah, I can agree to the sooner date.
And where is that added in this document?
So for accountability number 4, create strict disciplinary rules banning discriminatory enforcement patterns, and create those rules within 60 days of development of the new policies.
And you can't, so this is a PDF, so you can't add this to this document, is that correct?
That's correct. I can just add a lot of comments.
Okay, so we almost need another document, but the date elements that we're looking to add here, what is that date element again?
For 4, it's within 60 days of development of new policies.
Okay, do we all agree with that? Us
Yep.
8? Is there anybody opposed to it, the date element?
No,
Nobody's opposed to it? All right, so Katie, you're gonna note that in the revised document, you're gonna send out a note that we agree to that 8-0?
Yeah, let's do that. We have other dates as well.
You're gonna do that for each of the whole thing. She's compiling that.
Okay, so we're also in item A, 1, 2, 3. Are there 4? Well, 4 we just covered 4. 1 is a date element. 2.
2 is a date element and then making it quarterly.
Okay, and quarterly. All right. So we all agree in those?
Yeah. I'm just wondering if there's some way to make 3 allow us to publicly post the 50A repeal was around personnel records used in performance review. And it's not strictly completed disciplinary hearings that were found against the officer, which is, I think, how we've been interpreting it. Is there some way that we can say, documents that are allowed to be released through the repeal of 50A? Or something to that effect?
Willie and Miguel, where you at on that?
Say that again, Mary. I'm sorry. Say it again, please.
So there are documents that are allowed to be released to the public due to the repeal of 50A that are not posted on the portal. And so I'm wondering if we can change that. An officer can have 50 complaints, but PSS never decided that they were worth going to a disciplinary hearing. And I think that that's something that we should know, and it's allowed to be released through a FOIL process, but it's not being posted in the disciplinary portal.
As long as that's not one of the things that's under review, I don't have an issue with it, as long as it's not illegal.
I don't think it is, but maybe we can get clarification on that.
I would like clarification. Yeah.
Anybody opposed to the idea?
I'm in agreement as long as we get clarification that it's not illegal.
As long as it's not illegal, we're in favor of it. Okay. So it looks like we've got those adjustments. It looks like we're done with A. Are we done with A? Nope.
Do we
Yeah,
make a
let's go.
decision?
We got there's isn't there 6 and 7 underneath there? Let's see.
Well,
So we did finish with A.
Well,
And
let's finish.
we'll go on to community engagement. We already covered number 6. So we'll
Okay.
go on to community engagement.
Could I just ask a quick question?
Number 7.
With 5, when we say we're tabling it, what does that mean?
That means we're still thinking.
But do we have are we going to come back to it?
Yeah,
Or
at least tomorrow, Wednesday at the
Okay.
latest. We gotta come back with that. Well, no, it's gotta be tomorrow, because we gotta send this stuff in to administration so they could do their work on the document, to pulling it together for submission.
Yeah.
So by CLB tomorrow.
Okay.
yeah, we've got our work cut out for us.
All right, let's go to, we covered number 6 just before we went back up to the top. We're good with 7. Can we go to B?
Yeah. So B, President Scott, you added for fiscal year 2021 through 2022, advocate for more resources and financial support. I added the word "and" thereafter. Is that what you meant? So that every year we would advocate for more resources and financial support for mental health programs?
Yeah.
Or okay.
No,
And then
Let's take them one at a time. B1, is there anybody opposed with that change? Good with it as it is? Everybody in favor?
I guess when we say advocate, are we thinking outside of our city budget?
I would hope so, because our limits are very tightly defined. But as long as we only look at what we've got on our plates, it's not going to get much better than it is, I don't think.
I don't know if there's anywhere else in the document where we commit to ourselves adding more resources towards it.
Well, I think that when you talk about mental health programs, I think we kind of touch on that and address that when we say about what we want one overall system. I think also kind of touches on that. But I agree, we have to look at resources in the county. When you look through the race commission report, the county is going to have to play a significant role in this, especially in this area here, right? Because all of these areas, when they talk about youth and recreation program, job development, these things, some of these, they align with, you know, some of the things that were required to look at from the race report. Job development was one of those areas, you know, mental health was one of those areas. So, you know, I think that overall our advocacy should extend well beyond the city. And I think that there's opportunity to extend to the county as well.
I guess I just don't want to miss out on the opportunity to ourselves commit. So, a lot of these things, you know, they're the building blocks of creating strong communities, and to not ourselves say that we're going to commit more resources to them, I think we'd be remiss in doing that.
I don't think we're saying that we're not looking to commit more resources to it, but I think
We're not saying we are.
But I think advocate is a very good word. And the reason why I'm saying that is just to go along with what Council Vice President Lightfoot is saying, I would argue that our thinking needs to be even more expansive. Look, when we're looking at the mental health issue and crisis in the United States, it is a federal and state problem foremost and primarily, because cities can't do this. Counties really can't do this. You need states and you need the federal to take the health aspect of mental health seriously and provide the resources to give the people what they need. And that goes across the board. But advocacy is going to be the point. We've got the budget that we got. It's limited. It's restricted. We can't do everything that we want to do because there are still because we have more needs than we have ability to cover. But advocacy is a key component of what we need to really do. We really need to go after the federal government and the state government and say, look, mental health is health. You need to fund it. We need more people out here checking on people who have mental health issues. You know, we need different ways of doing this. So I think advocacy is a solid statement of, you know, as far as, but part of advocacy is advocating from the budget side. Hey, we need more money on this. We need more money on that.
Okay. Any other comments on this?
What if we
that
added?
would also go out to look at grants too. You know, advocacy also pushes us to look at grants as well. So going on to what they said, what Willie and Patterson said, the county has the infrastructure to manage the mental health crisis. And they used to do that, and they kind of pulled back on some of those resources. So we need to advocate that they reinstate those resources and bring in the federal dollars.
Mary,
as I said earlier, I think anytime.
Go ahead, Councilmember Evans.
No, I was just going to say, as I said earlier, I think whenever we talk about mental health, obviously we have to do our part, but I think we have to include the county in that because that will allow us to get to scale. I just think between the pick and the fit, or whatever the county's doing, I think that could be just coordinating in a collaborative approach in order to make sure we got that scale. So if all the pick workers can't, you know, respond to something, we then can go into the fit. But I think that needs to be explicitly stated because we have to make sure we work with the county collaboratively long term in order to make this mental health component that everyone seems to agree with work.
I'm just saying,
can we agree that we'll leave this one? I mean, it doesn't.
Yeah, both and is fine with me.
Yeah. All right. Can we accept this one?
What are we accepting?
The statement that's there.
I'm advocating to add either, you know, advocate at city, county, state, federal, or commit to and advocate for, having a both and, you know, acknowledging our commitment to it and also advocating for those extra resources.
Okay. Add what?
If we said commit to and advocate for.
Anybody object to that?
Commit to and advocate for. I'm in favor of it.
If there are no objections, we can go with that. Okay, let's go.
Okay, the next one was for fiscal year 2020 through 21, implement and support programs that provide increased and effective community engagement. President Scott, you added the for fiscal year 2020 through 21.
Okay, comments, questions on this one?
I'm in favor.
Everybody on board? Okay.
Yeah.
Keep going.
Okay, and then there was a removed PAB recommendation. Do you want me to go over that? That was part of this.
Uh-huh.
It was by the end of 2021, the city shall release comprehensive data on its citizen surveillance technology, such as traffic cameras, police surveillance cameras, and wiretap usage, as Rochester was found by one recent survey to be the 5th most surveilled city in the United States.
Is that for number 2? Or is that for,
That's gotta be in data
That's for
technology.
C.
isn't it?
technology? Yeah.
Yeah.
Never mind, it's for the next one.
Okay.
So
Okay, so go on to C.
So for the next one, there was a removed PAB recommendation, which I just said, and I believe Councilmember Melendez either was adding or editing that removed recommendation to evaluate surveillance methods and determine the effectiveness in solving serious crimes. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. I was thinking of it from a perspective of how useful is this technology in helping us deal with some of the more challenging issues in the city.
Councilmember Melendez, what do you think about the PA? So what do you think about the amendment relative to your amendment, the PAB amendment relative to your amendment? Which would you rather see?
For me, I tried to, I feel good about the one I suggested. I kind of, I mean, this is my writing, right? So
Right.
this would be a good opportunity to evaluate where we are with these things.
I don't
Which
think
is-
it's a conflict, though. It seems to add to what the PAB is saying.
Where's the one that the PAB did?
It was removed from C. So
Did you put that up in a little box? For a minute?
yeah, it's very small
Did you put it again?
Right there for data C, right? Yeah, technology.
right here. Do you want me to send it in the chat?
No, please don't put stuff in the chat. If you just make it bigger,
I don't know if I can make the actual comments bigger. 1 second.
or the document, you make the document bigger. Old folks like bigger, man. It's like, and I'm the old guy. So
Oh, please.
if there's a guy in the room older than me, let me know.
No contest.
It's a little bigger, but this is the best
Little.
it's letting me do.
Goes off the page. Oh, I see it over there.
Yeah.
Okay, PAB record by the entrance of the city shall. Let me move the pictures. Yeah.
It's interesting, the study that says that we're the 5th most surveilled city is from published in Men's Health magazine.
Men's Health?
Men's Health magazine.
Hey, that's my
What is
magazine.
it, for peeping toms or something?
And
No,
on
that's a
top-
health magazine. It's a health
on top-
magazine.
On top of that, it was done back when we had red light traffic cameras. So, but it doesn't change the point that we should be as transparent as possible with the system.
Yeah, I think the whole point of it is saying that we're being transparent and what we're surveilling and why and what the effectiveness of it. I think that's just the way to.
So
Yeah.
the one thing that was not clear to me in the, like with the PAB one, and I think I even started changing my terminology after 2021, is that calendar year, fiscal year? Because fiscal year is June 30.
Yes.
I thought these were calendar year. That's what I thought. I could be wrong.
Well, I always thought anything we were doing was always on a fiscal year because
No, I mean
But,
us. But
Right,
I mean,
but I'm asking because
I'm talking about lay people. Lay people don't operate
Yeah.
the way we do on
Right.
a fiscal year. I mean, most people are on a calendar year.
Well, that's true, but we do. And
We
you
do,
know,
yeah,
a lot of the things that we do when we work on have budget implications. So
right.
for me,
So
we're
we're
talking
talking about the PAB recommendation. So if they're talking about by the end of the fiscal year, that may be a little tougher. I don't know how that data is, where it is, how it's, I
well,
don't know what's involved in that.
so, well, we would be going, so the question is, will we be talking about the 2021 fiscal year or the 21-22 fiscal year?
Mike, that's what I just,
Yeah, so we're talking about the 21-22 fiscal year. So that's going forward. Sometime that next year, they need to put it out.
Yeah, my assumption based on reading it was by the end of the calendar year.
That was also my assumption of the PAB's recommendations.
so that they're talking about calendar year.
Well, in that case, let's say that in that, well, let's put that in, let's amend that and say that.
But if anyone is saying that the calendar year, then that means, right, 21-22.
No, if it's by the end of the calendar 2021 calendar year, that means you got until, close of business in December, which is, I kind of shouldn't be too hard to get that information together.
There were also some recommendations that were a deadline of April 2022. I'm just also throwing that out there, since that would be a year after the plan is submitted.
Which isn't unreasonable, I don't think, depending on what the item is. We'd have to review it when we get to the item. All right, so council members, so council members, where are we at on this? So we're looking at amending this item. Are we looking to amend it with Councilmember Melendez's item, or are we looking to amend it with the PAB item? What's the thinking?
I thought both. Miguel, you,
Where's yours, Councilmember Melendez?
Right underneath.
Yeah.
Okay.
So mine is,
Evaluate surveillance methods and determine the effectiveness in solving serious crimes. So you're limiting yours to solving serious crimes?
I think mine was, when I read the PAB recommendation, I was thinking about how this tool can help us resolve issues. So it could be as an addition to. I'm fine with that.
so I read theirs as talking about releasing and yours as evaluating.
So we take them both. Anybody opposed to taking them both?
And the evaluation is done by whom? Or we worry about that later?
Great question.
Yeah.
I mean, they both are important. I mean, I think the releasing is important and the evaluation is important as well. It's just by whom, but I don't know if we have to get into that in this particular document, but we need to think about that.
Do it now.
Right.
We'll just, okay, let's accept both of those and keep moving. Because it's like 7:09 already and we're not halfway through.
Because I don't think you're gonna make it unless you already left.
We're not halfway through, I don't think. So let's keep going, please.
So number 1 for data technology and transparency is recognize the importance of using data for this list. And President Scott, changed it to okay, can someone say that word for me?
Operationalize.
Thank you. And implement the use of data too. And then a very long, all of these things.
So much of C can just be bracketed into one bigger thing that basically says make the open data portal more robust. I mean, it breaks it down into like 25 different things, but in the end, it's all about adding things to the open data portal. My recommendation for this too is to make sure that we have, I think this is where we do need evaluation and transparency ongoing to make sure that what is being added to the open data portal is what is said is going to be open to put on the open data portal. So having some type of community organization, whether it's PAB, UCLM, some combination thereof, a new committee, but something to ensure that all these different data sets that are being talked about in this document make it to the open data portal in not so long a period of time.
What do you want to add? I mean, I get it. What do you want to say?
First of all, I just want to truncate the whole C into, I don't think we need to lay out every single piece of data in this document with 10 bullet points under each and every one of them. I think there's a ton of redundancy and overlap. But again, I didn't copy edit the whole thing. So I guess I should go back to keeping my mouth closed, huh?
No, I appreciate your comments, because I feel the same way, that I don't think we had to list every single element, because the part of that, now whoever wrote all of those probably feel like they know all of them, but maybe they don't. So does that mean that no one has to do the ones that weren't listed?
I mean,
so like when you recognize people, you avoid doing it because you know you're going to leave somebody out and they're going to get angry. So why can't we put there what our intent is? We need to get the information, have it used, make it useful. So
it seems to me like the recommendation here is to invest in the Office of Business Intelligence, to put more into the open data portal. And I'd like to add something about accountability for that, to make sure that this happens. Because as we've seen several times in the past, the 50A is an example where information that is supposed to be public, there's not a great sense or understanding of what is or is not made public and when. So having a regular quarterly check-in with a group of people whose responsibility it is to ensure this stuff happens, that'd be the one thing I would I'd want to add.
Okay, did you put that down someplace? Where is that?
So do we kind of?
I put in a document I sent to you. Yeah.
It's in yours. So can we pull that out?
Yeah, give me
Katie,
a sec.
and put it up there.
Wait a minute. Well, wait a minute. I mean, I hear you mention, and I get it and I understand it, but I think there's a reason why all of this stuff goes in here, so that people can kind of go back and do the checklist. So, I mean, I guess I would want to see the wordsmithing that you would want to craft to replace sections.
That's what I just asked Katie to put up.
Yeah,
Mike.
Yeah, but Mike is right. I mean, I did not. If it were me, if I was writing this whole document, I would have taken this 55 pages and it would be a whole lot more streamlined and focused. There's no point in doing that just for one section and not another. This one section did happen to feel particularly bloated in terms of content. Not because the content is wrong.
Yeah, it's got everything in it. It's Prego. It's everything. It's yeah. But you know.
But yeah, leave it. Maybe we can just put something over the top of it. The beginning of C says we want to invest in OBI. We want to make sure the open data portal is added to on a regular basis, and we want to make sure there's accountability mechanism in place to do just that.
Is that your statement that you submitted or no?
No, it's in there. I'll work with Katie to offer something.
Okay.
So we're tabling this one till tomorrow.
So we will leave the PAB one, right, and then add an introductory or overarching statement, and we'll have that back to you all by COB tomorrow as well. That sound reasonable?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Let's move.
Nothing on 2. There's a PAB recommendation for 3. That was, which is basically to boost funds of the Office of Business Intelligence, and to have the citywide information gathering entities, including PAB, to ensure accurate data is on the portal. So basically what we were just talking about. For what?
What Mitch said, I was just saying.
Yeah. For nothing on that. 5 PAB to create accessible public data portal updated on a daily basis. what we were just talking about.
Mhm.
This is just a comment on language. The PAB was concerned about how a lot of this was qualified by extent available or work toward. The next one, 18, work toward creating a data set that includes RPD staffing and budget information. President Scott, you said replace that with create data sets that include RPD staffing and budget information. So just getting rid of the work toward.
And Miguel, you've got, is this so?
That's a different one.
Okay.
That's the next one.
All right.
Does anybody dislike
We're okay with those?
that?
All
Yes.
right, let's move.
Next one. Publish anonymized aggregate data on how officers who are Black and brown women, LGBTQ populations are disciplined, promoted, and terminated. Miguel, you wanted to ask the PAB to consider surveying former officers to better understand past culture of oppression on the force.
Yeah, so instead of this being something that we do or administration does, I was thinking that outside of that, this could be something they consider doing. So this was a direct ask based on the PAB recommendation, which is below that.
Yeah, so the PAB recommendations was by the end of 2021, the city shall anonymously survey current and former officers who are Black and brown women from the LGBTQ community to determine their experiences of oppression on the force. Ask these populations what policies and practices would or would have made their work healthier and free of racism, misogyny, homophobia, and transphobia, and release that aggregate data.
Is that legal?
If it's anonymized and aggregated, I believe so.
You mean the asking or the,
Oh,
is that what you mean? Is it legal to ask?
Right. I just, that's my only question about it.
Hmm.
Well, they wouldn't be mandated to participate, I'd imagine. You can, I imagine you can ask anything, but whether or not they decide to respond, of course, of another color.
Right. Well, that would be my only concern. That is that.
Mhm.
I mean, for me, it sounds good, but I guess my concern is, I guess there's a trust issue there between people. I don't know what the trust. I ain't gonna even say it. Sure, I'm interested.
Nah.
Yeah, okay.
So let's just check that out and see, make sure that
It's legal.
it's doable. Yeah. Other than that, I don't have an issue with it.
Yeah.
an issue with the PAB's recommendation? You don't have an issue with it?
No, I'm talking about the data. This data piece on officers who are Black and brown. I thought that's what we were just talking about, right?
Yeah,
Right.
But it's,
there's
But
a difference.
I don't. The PABs is that Miguel was saying that he think the PAB could take that on.
And my suggestion was, instead of it being, so their recommendation as written was essentially that the way I read it was administration do this thing. And my recommendation was, instead of having it come from administration, maybe the PAB consider this as something they do.
That may make it even more cumbersome.
Right. And I'm fine with not adding that recommendation.
Challenge. Yeah,
Yeah, I would imagine there'd be issues with the PAB trying to get, access to former employees and all that.
So please.
so would it make more sense to say an outside entity to consider engaging an outside entity to survey?
Well, folks, I think we can leave it in. Now, I think we can just leave it in. Whether or not it can be done is to be determined. But we can leave it in.
Okay. So we'll leave the PAB's recommendation in, but not specifically say who does said surveying.
All right,
Yeah, I
Brian.
was trying to accommodate Miguel's recommendation because he went further and talked about how to get it done. So the how could be
Yeah,
that have an outside entity.
okay.
Yeah,
Can you just say a third party? Would that
Mhm.
work?
yeah, that would work as long as they're outside.
Okay, so
All
all
right.
good with that one?
Yay.
Yeah.
Next one was 21. The PAB's recommendation was by the end of 2021, the city shall create policies and data release procedures that allow the public to monitor the RPD's justifications for purchase of and use of all of its technologies, including Shot Spotter, which differed from the 21 as written. It doesn't have a deadline.
You just want the public to have.
They
access-
want the public to have access by the end of 2021.
the why, right?
Mhm.
Is that what I understand that to be? The why? Katie?
What do you mean the why?
I don't understand your question.
Justification.
Oh,
Yeah. You said-
sorry.
right? That's the why, right?
Yeah, so they want the why, they want in the timeline.
Okay, yeah, I'm cool with that.
Okay, but depending on the purchase of the item, all of those things come through council anyway.
No,
Which things don't come through council?
the contracts, those agreements, we don't do those. That would
Wait,
only
wait,
be
wait.
for like
Wait.
service.
We get the equipment. We get the equipment purchases. We do
Purchase,
get-
yeah.
we do get equipment purchases, and some of the technologies pieces they come through my committee often, actually.
Even if it's less than 10,000?
Well, of course, if it's less than 10,000, then no.
And they also get, they have a foundation and get some donations too. So the use of advanced technologies covers even if it doesn't hit that mark.
So, and
go
tell
ahead.
me about the equipment that comes through. I mean, they buy
For
cars and
instance, Madam President, remember the piece we got? What we matter of fact, I think Mitch he's been voting no against a lot of things on the piece. There were some technology pieces that we went through that was Mary kind of had a lot of questions around some of the technology. I'm trying to think of the specific what it specifically was.
Gray key.
Yes, gray key. That's it. Thank you. Gray key. That came through. That was some new technology piece that came through our committee that was technical oriented that we had to vote on that came through our committee. There were a couple other ones that I remember too that, I think Mary questioned just making sure that we weren't purchasing military equipment or things of that nature. But some of those technological things often not a lot, but they
right, because they include the purchase of service with them.
Yes.
But just for equipment, I don't think we necessarily get that.
And then I want to say, isn't some of that stuff attached to the CIP, I believe? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Kind of, yeah.
I believe some of it, and we approved that. I believe some of that stuff is in, for future purchases out.
Mhm.
I think it's in there as well, if I'm not mistaken. But I don't have any objection to the PAB's recommendation, myself personally.
No, that's fine.
Anybody opposed? I'm not
No,
opposed.
that's fine.
Yeah, roll with it.
Okay.
Uh,
So the next one is specifically improve the use and purchase of technology. And there's a whole lot of bullets. Councilmember Lupian wanted to replace A to say, analyze technology for how it may cause.
Actually, sorry,
No, go for it.
I tried to put that in the chat for you, but I
Oh,
have
I'm
a
sorry.
language for that. I just stuck it in the chat.
Updated it, Mary?
The one you just sent?
Yeah, did you already do that?
No. So it says the Police Accountability Board shall analyze new technology for how it may cause or perpetuate biases.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, everyone can see it, correct?
The one that's up there.
Do you want me to edit your comment?
Yeah.
Mary, where did that, is that a PAB or is that yours? Is that,
That's mine.
okay.
Because people were asking a legitimate question, who analyzes it? And I thought that the Police Accountability Board seems like the right entity, because we don't necessarily have the bandwidth to do the analyzation, and we don't necessarily want it with RPD, so where would it go? And then the second part of it is just kind of,
That would raise the question to say, what expertise does the PAB have to analyze this new technology? You know
well,
what I mean?
we've tasked them with analyzing and making recommendations around policies and procedures, so it seems to fit with their charge.
Well, I think that the difference between analyzing policies, the impact of policies and procedures, and analyzing technology may be different. Isn't that sort of on a different bailiwick?
Mm-mm. Well, no, I'm sorry. I'm talking about something else.
Well, I mean, it's talking about examining the potential for bias.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like that fits with what they're doing, because it's not the, it's the use of the technology and the technology itself. So in this case, who would do the analyzing? It doesn't say, it's not specific.
Couldn't we determine that at some point?
Did you say, didn't we determine it?
I said, couldn't we determine that at some point?
Well, I guess now is the opportunity to be more specific with the plan. Does anyone have an objection to supporting the PAB doing it?
Oh, I don't have a problem with PAB doing it. Anybody else have a problem with PAB doing it?
Okay, so we'll replace A with what you wrote, or put that in addition?
Replace, I believe.
Yeah.
Okay. And B?
Councilmember Lupian said, replace B with, by the end of 2021, the city shall. Sorry, is this the same thing? No. Shall.
Yeah.
No, this is much more expansive than
Okay.
what's.
Shall create and implement policies and comprehensive data release procedures that allow the public to monitor RPD's justification for purchase and use of citizen surveillance technology, included but not limited to shot spotter drones, fingerprint scans, iris scans, facial recognition, geofence warrants, keyword search warrants, purchasing data from data brokers, and use of predictive policing. Which B only said including shot spotter as written right now.
Well, all of its technologies. I feel it's important to spell out the kinds of surveillance that RPD is using and has the ability to use, because I think a lot of people don't know that. They can actually ask Google for, give me all the people who searched for X term, and geofences, give me the cell phone data for everyone in this particular area, which, I think a lot of people would.
Okay, but Mary, let's be honest with the cell phone data. It isn't inclusive of the conversation. It may well. I'm not in favor of the specificity of everything you got in here. This is just me personally. Now, other folks are in favor of it. It passes 7-1.
I think it's increasing the transparency of what technologies the RPD uses.
I don't have, well, do you know for a fact that RPD is they're using iris scans?
Well, no, but what they have the capability to use.
Okay, yeah, I mean, shot spotter, okay, fine. Just for me, it's just a little too specific. I like the general nature of item B. Just me personally.
Anybody else commenting on this one? Okay.
I tend to agree with Mike on that one too.
All right.
General.
Anybody else
Yeah,
want to weigh in on this?
I'm reading it again, just looking at it, and I'm concerned about the itemization. Yeah.
I don't think I clearly understand I hear that there's issue with the specificity, but I don't understand the reasoning. Could you explain it a little bit?
But the intent is just for, transparency. So why don't you just say, for example, and because there may be other things that that we may not even know about. So
that's why I say including. It says included but not limited to. Could we put for example, including but not limited to? Would that satisfy?
Well, I think it would be me personally, create policies and data procedures that allow the public to demand the RPT's justification for purchase of and use of technologies, including shot spotter. I guess somewhere in there, it might not be a bad idea to ask for a listing of all of the technologies that RPD is using.
This is also for, so I think what you're saying is a disclosure of all the technologies they're using.
Right. And I'm going, which is to Malik's point, because you've got a list of things here and you're going, one of them you're listening, you're going, well, yeah, they're probably not using that. Well, wouldn't it be better to ask, tell us what you're using? And
I would say definitely, because of what technology might.
But that's just it. You'll never be able to cover all the bases of technology that's out there. But if you ask them what they're using, they, if we as a council, farther down the line, we have a council, if we ask, tell us the technologies that you're using, they'll reply to that. Maybe this right now isn't the best place for this, but I think that's a good part. I think the generality of, but I think you're looking for a level of specificity that will create an opportunity for you to not get the question answered that you want answered. Real question that you want answered is, tell us what technologies you're using, and then tell us what is your process for disclosing how you're using it. That's what we want to know. But to be specific to a particular technology, we don't know what they're using. We ain't the cop.
Okay, so how can this be amended to be acceptable?
I mean, you could say regularly or put a time every year, specify all the technologies that are being used and include that language. I think, for example, is good because that gives them, okay, you're talking about this stuff. Let me tell you the other stuff that we got, because you may not know that we got this, special drone or whatever. I'm making this up. I mean, so you won't leave anything out.
I like that language, Malik.
I like that too.
Yeah.
I agree.
I think this is a list of things that people are most concerned about.
It's not always about, but it's not always about what people are concerned about. Really what you want to know is what you don't know.
I think we're saying the same thing because I think that this says that, but just gives some examples to make sure that we're on the same page. That's the way I'm reading it.
I think if you just
Katie, can you sort of capture the sentiment and send out a rewrite just based on what we talked about so far?
So we're going to table that one for now and keep moving?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. 23, improve the use of body worn cameras.
I had the additions to 22.
What?
Did you capture those?
Yes, I believe so.
The not replacements, but additions to the section.
Give me a second. Let me pull them up.
Oh, no, my bad. I'm sorry.
Are they new?
Yeah, there's not an addition to 22. Go ahead.
Okay. 23, improve the use of body worn cameras. For B, using existing RPD funding, provide the training and resources to ensure officers use their cameras as trained. I will note, oh, never mind. B is Melendez, you wanted to add Councilmember Melendez by April 1st, 2022.
Yeah, my thinking there was to give ourselves 1 year from the time we submit the plan, but it could be done sooner.
Yeah, let's move that date up.
So the PAB's recommendation for this was by the end of 2021, the city shall use existing RPD funding to provide the training.
I like that.
Okay.
Roll with it. Anybody opposed to it? The PAB recommendation?
Nope.
Okay. I just want to note that Councilmember Melendez, you had said you wanted it if an officer had forgotten to turn on consistently. You didn't want the word consistently in there, and it's no longer in here in the version we got.
Okay.
But it wasn't the original, so
Thank
that
you.
comment isn't in here because
Good.
they changed it.
Cool.
24. Pursue funding to add dash cameras, particularly those that have video buffering and are activated automatically, so on and so forth. President Scott, you wanted to change that to allocate funding to add dash cameras.
Mhm. That was one of the things I was talking about, and recognizing that we've got money coming. That will probably be a one shot. We'll do something like that.
No one's against it? Okay. So now we're on to your additions, Councilmember Lupien. Right.
Thanks.
Would
it be helpful to have it bigger?
Yeah, let me pull up your actual document, which I believe I have. Give me a second.
Yeah, well, the one edition is pretty small. It was bigger, but
it's okay. Why are you laughing?
Now you even ask.
Faces. I'm looking at faces.
I'm not looking at faces because I'm multitasking. Okay. Here we go. Can you see?
yeah, there it is.
And you still
Make it a little bit bigger.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. You have to understand I have a big lap or desktop in front of me. Okay. Is that good?
So this
was the
is
first one.
Yeah, this is a recommendation out of Oakland, and there's a group called STOP, which is, I forget the acronym, but it's a privacy group, and they have legislation that's called Community Control of Policing of Privacy and Security, and so this is a recommendation to create a privacy advisory commission to when new technology is going to be used to have a citizen evaluation and recommendation.
So this is a
Lot.
This is a 4-hour meeting by itself, Mary.
Yeah, this is too much to try and absorb in this setting to include here, I believe.
Is there a way then we could open the door for this possibility later without the specificity?
Just me personally? Just Mary, me
That's
personally.
a work session.
Yeah, this is a month of work right here by itself. This is legislation. This isn't just toss it in the document and keep it moving. This is a serious, I mean, I could spend an hour asking questions just on the opening sentence. So
You know, well,
I just can't get there today. I'm sorry, I'm not there. I mean, I'm not saying that it's a bad idea. I'm not saying it's not something we shouldn't consider. I just don't think this is today.
I think that I hear you, but there could be a way, even in that first paragraph, to even put it in as like a consider.
Mary, Mary, my challenge is I can't consider it because I really don't understand what you're trying to do. So I mean, that's why I'm saying, like, this is its own separate conversation.
Well, I think you can see what I'm trying to do by reading the first.
No.
This one though,
and that's my thing. Like, this is a whole debate. I'm like,
let us table this because
Okay.
we will need to spend more time even looking at the concept that's being pursued and sort of getting on the same page about that and where it fits in the list of duties, roles, functions that the council is going to have to work on, where we put this on our list of things. We have not had that discussion. So we've got to table that. This one we won't get an answer to by close of business tomorrow. We got to put it on another, we got to put it in parking lot, put it like that.
Okay. The other addition to this section is around purchasing of military equipment. A lot of communities are not allowing their police departments to use that federal funding for purchasing of military equipment, like the Bearcats, the tanks, those kinds of things. So I put in there that effective immediately, council shall not, the city shall not purchase, acquire, or deploy military equipment. So that
It's not this.
No.
Katie, can you go back to the original document?
Yeah.
I think we've already done this too, as far as military equipment.
Yeah.
And it wasn't even about purchasing. It was being given to cities.
Right. That's why. So it's not purchase, acquire, or deploy. So it kind of covers that. So you're saying we already did that?
I believe so. And I want to say it was about 4 years ago because the question came up in council at our work session. I believe there's some, if not legislation, at least some a memo in that regard that we would not accept military equipment because the feds were actually trying to get rid of it.
Yeah, but I remember in the last year's CIP that Chief Singletary was talking about acquiring a Bearcat. Wasn't he?
I thought he said that there was a Bearcat, but that's not something that has been acquired in the last 3 or 4 years.
But we're still deploying it.
And again,
was that ours? He said that was out of the troopers.
I think it's ours.
No, we have, I'm pretty sure.
We've got one, but I thought he said that one was the troopers, that they brought that along with the.
Well, no, I'm pretty sure we have, because I think they do the jump out with it. You know,
what, the Bearcat?
Yeah, I think so.
Maybe so.
They have one.
Yeah.
Well, I know they got one.
But I mean, this is just for me. This is pretty, for a section that's talking about dash cams, to go from dash cams and all of the other stuff. I mean, I think we just need to. Just me personally, I just think we need to stay on dash cams here, and
it's the only section that talks about technology.
Well, again, it's awfully expansive at this point in time. Again, this is conversation, an ongoing conversation over a series of months, as opposed to we'll just toss it in here.
I was under the impression that we had the ability to add to the plan.
Certainly have the ability to add, but folks have to be in favor of what you want to add.
Well, let's see if everyone's in favor.
Okay, I'm not. That's easy.
I am. Anybody else?
Mary, can you clarify? because I'm still trying to understand what we're voting on here. So
Yeah, ain't that the question?
can you clarify what exactly?
Yeah.
I mean, which item? Or what?
So it's an ad.
So 25, that one up there?
25.
I have to, I believe you changed the wording, right?
I did.
Okay, so let me edit.
'Cause- Yeah.
The hard part here, Mary, I'm in full agreement. I would like our city to not accept or deploy military equipment. The
Mhm.
hard part here is it almost goes back to the same conversation y'all were just having about technology. What's already in inventory? Where is it from? How do we or anybody else know what was from federal source, what's military equipment versus something that's just been acquired over the years? I think there's a way to get to the root of what you're saying, which is that ultimately we need to demilitarize the police department. I think there's a way to get to that. I'm just not entirely sure that it's what the language in front of us here is. I certainly support demilitarizing the police department.
There's no timeline or specificity with demilitarization, you know? And I think that goes beyond technology.
What if you just left it at do not purchase military,
Acquire or deploy.
acquire or deploy military equipment? Just leave it at that.
You can get with that.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah,
So
just leave it at that.
Well, wait a minute. You have a group of officers who go out and do raids on drug houses. What do you want? They currently use a Bearcat because it's a large capacity vehicle in order to get there and get there safely. What would you rather have them use?
You need a Bearcat?
Well, okay.
It's a tank.
It's not a tank. Mary, a tank is not a Bearcat. A Bearcat is.
I understand that technically, but
no,
they sure look the same. They function the same.
Well, no, they don't function the same, Mary.
But
in front of it that fires projectiles.
But
it's not a tank.
No, but we can get a list.
Well, first of all, hold on. For someone who's been in the military,
yes,
when you classify, you have to classify what is actually a military vehicle.
I was just getting ready to say that.
Thank you.
So that by itself is up for conversation and debate of what is even considered military and what's not considered military. You know, so one might argue that the reason why people think that may consider it military is because it's bulletproof. If it is, I don't know if it is. So you know, I that's why I hear Mike's point, and I understand, and that's why I wasn't with the last point that was trying to be made of the change, because I also understand that officers have to do a job of going after some very bad people, and they have to have the equipment to be able to do that. So I don't want to put us in a situation where we also are not allowing them to do their job to get the very, very bad people that we all want off the streets, and to be able to do that safely. However, I don't want them also purchasing tanks either, and tanks rolling down our street. You know what I mean?
And if they got an M1 Abrams, that's a problem.
Right. So that's why I said military equipment, and then we can get clarification on a list that constitutes military equipment. So that kind of satisfies what everyone was saying in terms of not military equipment, and then just kind of leave it at that.
But what if some of the things they use is military equipment?
Well, I mean, if you got a surplus truck from the federal government that was used by a military agency, and it's a truck, is it a truck or is it military? Or so would that truck be excluded if it's a truck?
Again, that's why I think there needs to be clarification around what constitutes military equipment and what does not. But where there was agreement from everyone, it seemed like, was we don't want to purchase military equipment. So.
Well, but wait a minute. But again, let's go back to that. So again, it's a truck. So okay. if they're selling trucks cheap and we need a truck and it's a high capacity truck, it's a large capacity truck that fits the needs for the police. It's particularly outfitted and equipped. we don't want that truck if we can get it cheap, but instead we would rather go and buy it new somewhere? I'm just asking. I mean, because if that's what we're saying, okay. But
no, well, what I'm saying is, if it's a truck, right?
yeah.
I mean, other places have other things that aren't considered military. I mean, yeah, if it's a truck, it's a truck. I mean, I'm not making an argument about what it is that we're purchasing. What I'm saying is, the point was, you're saying you don't want to purchase military equipment. So I was just saying, leave it at that, and then we need to clearly define what is and what is not military equipment.
What if we say weapons and munitions?
Say what?
Can you say that again?
Weapons and munitions, because I think that gets to the heart of it.
Mary, we buy.
No, because a Bearcat's not I mean, that's not a weapon or ammunition.
Yeah, actually, you weren't on council. I had a huge fight with them about them buying Glocks and changing the guns, and we don't even look at that stuff anymore. So that ship sailed. Weapons and munitions. I mean, weapons are. Let me defer to Council Vice President. Council Vice President, what would constitute a weapon?
Anything that could harm and hurt someone could be constituted a weapon. Technically, right? So I think what she's going for is like M16 or automatic weapon or something of that nature. Is that what you're referring to, Mary?
I mean, I'm open for clarification, because I would think, military surveillance technology as well. The spirit of this is not a pickup, right? And I think that's what you're saying, Mike. And I get that we don't want it to be broad enough to not allow us to get some, but we're not buying pickup trucks, right?
Well, to be
honest,
what?
I think Mike's. This is where I believe Mike's point is, like, okay, a Humvee originally was a military vehicle. Humvees are riding all around our city. Humvee, you can buy a Humvee from Dorsal. You know what I mean? From one of the dealers.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying?
But it projects the military image.
Well, perception and reality is, now we're getting into something else. It's not about necessarily, I understand what you're saying. However, I think what Mike is speaking to is that, and what Councilman Evans is saying, I think gets us to where I would hope. I think it gets me there anyway. We need to get an understanding of what military vehicles are and what do we have, right?
So I'm okay to table it, and I can come back with something more specific if that works.
Or less specific. I think that's that we.
Well, I don't think I can get less specific than military.
You get a clarifying statement to.
But hold on, though. But hold on. I don't want. But what was in the original? Was the original document? Did it say about the military not purchasing?
It says nothing in the original document about demilitarization or military equipment.
So I just don't want to leave where we kind of had some consensus.
I don't know if we had any consensus. I mean,
except for you.
We're okay with
everyone said that they did. I mean, not everyone, but it seemed like there was a consensus around. We don't want to use our money to purchase military equipment, but then we would get clarification on what constitutes military equipment. But we wouldn't try to solve that here today.
Yes,
because we haven't said, so who was that who just said one person's military equipment is somebody else's Humvee that they bought from Dorsal, right? So, but there was an agreement around we don't want to spend our money on military equipment. So that is something we agree on.
What? Okay. I don't.
So the intent is to take
what's the intent?
Motions that will move us toward ensuring the demilitarization of the police force.
So why don't we
I like that language.
Why don't we say
I like that language.
Let's stay with it. Let's go there. And that is done. Done. I can get there.
That, Katie. Does anybody have issue? Mary, does anybody have issue with that?
I ain't got a problem with what Council President Scott just said. If you write that, I'm for that. Period. But nothing else.
Are we still asking for clarification?
Yes.
No.
So
Why
yeah.
Yes. we should know, and I don't know if that has, but didn't we ask for it in the other piece as well?
Yeah, we have a couple of things that we'll have to follow up
Yeah.
with.
Yeah, I want clear. I would like to have clarification of, do we have any, what constitutes a military equipment?
So can we get a new item instead of you amending Mary's item?
I'm sorry?
Can we get a new item instead of you amending Mary's item? Leave Mary's item there and
Yeah, this is a new item. Yeah, this is a new item. Yeah, we're working on a new item.
Okay, because that's not what I'm seeing here on the screen.
Give me a sec. Okay, it'll be in this white space that I have.
So let's get council president to say what she said again.
I don't know what I said.
Come on with it. It's recorded.
It's recorded.
Go back to YouTube or record it or record. But whatever she said, and to include, we do want the breakdown of what military equipment do we currently have, and what constitutes military equipment, and what military equipment do we currently have, if at all.
Yeah.
And I would want to add to that, and in what capacity is it used?
Right.
Agreed.
Okay.
Okay, it's now 3 minutes until the witching hour of 8. So how much more do we have to go, and can we do it expeditiously?
Yeah, we're almost done.
Or do we need to schedule another
Well,
meeting?
no, because Mary's got quite a few.
Quite a few.
Yeah.
Let me scroll ahead a little.
Are you surprised?
No, not at all.
Yeah, I mean, we're like halfway maybe.
Oh, okay. I thought my document, I was at the end of this one. Mine must be a little something different.
So do we need to schedule another meeting for tomorrow?
We got to have this stuff over to administration, and they could repackage it, because we're just.
So it's an early meeting tomorrow.
I have a question for Conda. When did we say we would get our list of amendments to Josanne and Tom for reference?
Wednesday.
Okay.
Oh.
Hey.
Okay, let's, any sense of how long it take us to finish this up? I mean, I got time, but I know y'all be.
I'm ready. I'm committed.
I'm here. I can put on another bowl of noodles. It's no big deal.
I
was just gonna say, I have 4 items that are a bit bigger that might have some discussion. And I wonder if it would be a good idea to send those out instead of talk about them right now, so that you guys
send
can
them out, Katie. I think we have sent out.
I believe that Conda
Yes.
sent.
They were sent out to everyone.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they're out.
I have a quick question.
It sounded like you guys were surprised at the other one, so I didn't know if you'd seen them.
I can pull them up, or we can keep going through the section.
I guess I was just wondering if it makes sense for the big ones, for me, and if we didn't want to dive into them to save time and to kind of discuss the merits over email, and if we have
can
another
see-
meeting.
Would it work if we just see when we get there?
Sure, fine.
I don't know.
That's fine.
Okay, let's keep going for now.
Okay, fostering a community-oriented culture, 2. 1 and 2 are fine. 3. Councilmember Melendez said, by April 1st, 2022, commit to terminating officers who support white supremacist organizations. And then you had a note of union issues with this, which obviously there could be union issues with that.
What was the thing that we were talking about much
So-
earlier about federal review?
Which item is it? This is 3?
Yes, 3.
The Councilmember Harris talked about the process to ensure a federal review of officers.
That was 4. I had it on 4.
4 for this one?
Well, it was having to do with white supremacists, sort of finding out if they're among the ranks that are coming in. Let me see, officers. Okay,
Councilmember Harris said 4. She had it on 4 officers should be screened at the federal level.
Yes.
Okay.
Right, because Miguel's recommendation is good, but we should be terminating officers who support white supremacist organizations as of yesterday. The issue is, how do we actually ascertain that information?
Right, and that's why I gave it some time. I agree, Mitch. I think coming up with whatever that process is, whether it's controlled locally or federal, is the work.
I think we should leave it in.
Leave the deadline in.
No, well, commit to terminating officers who support white supremacist organizations by April 1. Yeah, I think we leave that in there.
Okay.
Just leave it in.
Agreed.
We'll fight, figure it out, but leave it.
The PAB's recommendation is a little bit more expansive.
Yeah, so for both 3 and 4, it touches on white supremacy, but for 3, the police accountability boards it just said by the end of 2021 to do this.
Policies that begin to inoculate from systemic
And then-
oppression, racism.
But then they also go on to say specifically,
Okay, but the 2 are not in conflict.
no, they just expand on it a little more.
Where's the one about terminating them? Where's that one?
That is more of 4, I think.
well,
right?
You originally you had.
No, I
Councilmember-
know. But 4 specifically says monitor state and federal legislative actions that deal with officers who support or engage with hate and or extremist groups, including white supremacy, domestic terrorism, etc.
And that's where I added language, or wanted to add language, that we need to develop a way to screen recruits and any transfers, RPD, or any transfers from other law enforcement that may have involvement with those supremacy groups. And that screening should be done by the federal agencies.
Is there a way to do that for active members? Or do we want to encourage the screening of active members of RPD for those affiliations also?
Oh, there are ways.
I think the PAB's recommendation deals with active members, and Councilmember Harris is talking about screening them. I see them as going together.
Okay.
Where it says testing officers on their knowledge. Is that what you're referencing?
Me?
Yeah.
Um,
I was just trying to find.
No, I think.
Oh, I see. Including
I think-
terminating officers who support white
Yeah.
supremacy. Okay.
Include what?
So in the end of the PAB's recommendation, they say including by terminating officers who support white supremacist organizations, which we did get a lot of feedback during the public forum, since that was removed from the draft as written.
Mm.
So it would be tacked on to the end of 3.
Okay, hang on. Let me look at the PAB one a little closer.
I have the PAB document too that I can pull up.
Okay, where is it? I'm just trying to get to the wording that's really telling me that you are going to screen the active police force for these affiliations.
That's where what I don't see.
oh, so they're saying if you happen to find out, but not actively looking.
No, I'm right. I'm saying we actively, you actively look and then you terminate.
Agreed.
Go along
Yeah.
with what Councilmember Melendez was saying.
Yeah.
So,
Also-
How do you do that? How do you do that? though?
yeah, that was my question.
Well, don't know.
Facebook
Don't
groups.
know.
That
It's
goes
the
back
mountain over
to,
there.
That goes back to collaborating with federal government, I would think, or the
Right.
federal, what I was saying.
Oh, it can be done. There's ways for it to be done.
You know,
I know that RPD monitors Facebook groups for extremists, you know.
No, I'm not talking about knowing, I'm talking about terminating.
I don't know,
Oh,
but we should sure try anyway.
can you guys clear this up? It's my understanding that we can fire officers for cause, but they can sue to get their jobs back, but we could actually do the firing. Is that an incorrect understanding?
Did you see the chief's memo?
I understand that there's due process, but I believe that we have the power to terminate for cause outside of that, but they can contest it.
I don't think, well, I can't speak to it. Don't know.
Yeah,
I think that would
that's
be
something I'd like to clarify.
I think that would be a great question to submit to Linda.
So where are we with 4? We're
Or
feeling,
are we, well, wait a minute. What Councilmember Melendez's amendment was in 3.
yes.
So are we moving Councilmember Melendez's recommendation from 3 to 4? Or
I
are we-
think it makes sense to keep, he was saying to add back that part in 3, that last sentence that was also in the PAB's recommendation that says, including by terminating officers who support white supremacist organizations. So if that is added back into 3, that's what Councilmember Melendez is supporting, correct?
That's correct. Yeah.
I'm okay with that.
And that he added by April 1st, 2022.
Okay, and I like both of those. The only thing I would like, where does screening the active police force for affiliation with white supremacist groups fit in? Would it be better in 3 or would it be better in 4?
Well, 4 talks about monitoring the
It's-
legislation. Yeah, so legislative actions. You can probably move that, my comment up to 3 if you want.
Okay. Among recruits, so it would be among, so the amendment, my proposed amendment to your amendment is to screen among, yeah, you got it.
You want applicants as well?
Yeah, I said recruits, that's applicants.
Same thing, okay.
Among recruits, but you've got to hear recruits and active members.
Mhm.
So you got it. So that would be 3. I guess
Okay.
it's,
That's good.
Okay,
as far as it goes, leaning towards termination. We're screening them, we're looking at them. We're gonna look at y'all for real now.
okay. Wait, hold on. Sorry, part of my thing went away and I freaked out.
Might have added it to number 3 that adds the time to the timeline too, right?
Yep, so that's by April 1st, 2022. All right, any objections? Okay,
No.
so now we're on to 4, which in theory has no changes.
What?
What? It shouldn't have any changes now. We moved them all into 3. Right?
That's what we agreed to.
Okay,
I think that's what we did.
we are on E. 1 and 2, no changes. 3, a whole bunch of changes. So for officer wellness, E, number 3, it's about trauma-related officer support. We have suggestions from Councilmember Melendez, President Scott, and the PABs. The first one is from Councilmember Melendez, and it says, so you added, so right now it says provide
Yeah.
trauma-related officer support. The city should consider reallocating existing funding. And you said and or seek additional outside resources. And President Scott got rid of the consider so that it just says reallocate RPD funding to significantly increase funding for training, monitor, prevention, etc. And the PAB basically did the same thing by saying, and added a deadline by saying by the end of 2021, the city shall use existing RPD funding to what is already there. So we're adding a deadline. We're getting rid of the wishy-washy consider and adding outside resources. Any comments or questions?
You know, I think we've asked this question before, and the response we got back was that you can't mandate that these gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, take advantage of these resources, but we certainly should be advocating for them and looking to advance them. So I'm in favor of the PAB changes. I don't think there's anything crazy. I'm in favor of all the changes proposed. So however we word them, I think we have to do that.
Any other comments? Okay. Is that one good? Did we lose Vice President? Or did you just turn his video off?
His video's just off.
Oh, okay, okay. Okay, moving on.
So really quick there.
Yeah.
I guess if I could change my language to align with what President Scott has there, I think we just say reallocate RPD funding and seek additional outside resources. I think this is also about trying to figure out how we put more money in the pot for this type of service. Is everyone okay with that?
So it would be by the end of the 2021 calendar year, reallocate RPD funding to significantly increase. Okay, I'll workshop the language because it's not great. And seek additional outside resources. Good?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Moving on. We're on F, police policy, strategies and practices 2. So, give me a second.
Freaking delicious.
What's delicious?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Is it your homemade pasta, Mike?
In the back room. Let me turn this mic off.
Hot mic, hot
Hot
mic.
mic.
I'm confusing myself a little, but for 2, the PAB had a recommendation that said by the end of 2021. And then Councilmember Melendez, did you say by April 1st, 2022? Let me pull up the actual ones because I think I'm just getting confused by myself.
Yeah, I put the recommendation back in with an extended deadline of 1 year from the moment we submit the plan.
Okay.
So that's where I was.
So it would instead be by April 2022, the city shall create disciplinary rules, policies, and practices that ensure the RPD's low-level enforcement patterns and priorities match those of Rochesterians. And I believe the PAB did clarify why they changed the language around this a little. Which I may be able to pull up. So they said that they substitute systems where policies will be changed to reflect the priorities of Rochesterian to a system where policies might be changed if they are being disproportionately applied. In short, so long as people of different races are equally being arrested for jaywalking, the city will not modify its approach to arresting people for jaywalking. So that's why they make that tweak in language. And there was also a raise recommendation around this, I believe, about pretextual stops.
Katie, I had a recommendation in there that I realized I didn't give a section.
Oh,
Come
yes,
on.
I was going to ask you about that one.
I think zero tolerance, it was about ending zero tolerance policing, which is a raised recommendation. I think it probably fits in this section.
I'll pull it up and add it to the comments.
Yeah, I feel like it fits with two, at least some of it.
So end zero tolerance policing you're talking about.
Yeah, this is really assessing about low-level offenses being disproportionately applied. And so maybe it's different because it's talking about ending certain, yeah, so it's not two, but I think it belongs in this section.
I'll get that language up for you guys to see. So you said end zero tolerance policing. The city of Rochester must end zero tolerance policing by no longer criminally prosecuting for low-level offenses that are a direct manifestation of addiction, homelessness, mental illness, poverty, or youth. The city shall immediately decriminalize and deprioritize the following quality of life ordinances: marijuana possession, disorderly conduct, public use of marijuana, trespassing, open container of alcohol, littering, public intoxication, loitering, and aggressive panhandling. These activities do not threaten public safety and are used to over-police the Black and Latinx community. Community concerns regarding the aforementioned violations should be routed to the PIC team, neighborhood service centers, or other community responders.
Which one are we on there, Katie? I apologize.
We are on police policies, strategies, and practices. Generally, we're on number 2, but if you look in the chat, there was also a suggestion by Councilmember Lupien that we're not quite sure where it would go.
Yeah, it seems related to 2, but I think it's not.
Can I just make a request about chat? I've heard from some folks here and there that there is a belief that we are having a whole separate meeting in chat. And I have assured them that we are not, that we are doing the people's business out front and in front of them.
I will put it right here.
Thank you. So please don't, just please don't put stuff.
I've been one of those people that said that to you, so I should remember that. Give me a sec.
Functionally, that recommendation, Mary, feels to me like it's being very specific, but I'm not sure there aren't other offenses that shouldn't join in that group. Which is,
and this should talk about this should get to discretion. I mean, I get what's saying here is long, but you know, officers have broad discretion to choose between misdemeanors and making warrantless arrests or treating instances as like civil infractions or violations. But I get exactly
that's what
what that
the
sentiment is.
pretextual stop. That's why I think the language that the race commission offered about pretextual stops gets to the root of this.
Which is right underneath
This is
here.
the raise recommendation.
Right. The raise recommendation.
It's on page 87.
Yeah, I just think we need to truncate what we're saying, so it's not too long.
I prefer the raise language.
I do like the race language.
But mine is also from the raise report. I think they say the same thing, different places.
It's one after another. So I think the raise language being referenced that isn't the one Councilmember Lupien used is when they talk about pretextual stops, correct?
Yeah, I think pretextual stops and decriminalization is very different. Because you can still arrest somebody for having a bag of weed, but should we?
That could be a civil infraction or a violation.
Yeah, so right there it says, and
Yeah, so see, it's
yeah, so both of these raise recommendations I submitted as amendments. The end pretextual stops and the zero tolerance.
Okay, what are we doing now?
we are discussing whether to add these two different raise recommendations, the end pretextual stop, the end zero tolerance policy or policing, and where they would go.
Madam President,
Yes,
just for understanding, so all of these additions and or edits that we're making get sent back to administration, correct?
yes.
Do they go in as just edits from their original document, or are they amendments that are putting forth by all of us as council members or individuals?
Now, I think when we're done, it'll be by all of us,
Okay.
which is why we're going through it like this.
Yeah.
So when we send that back, when we act on this on Thursday,
It's
that's
as a
what-
body.
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, which one are we going with?
So right now, we could possibly add the two raise recommendations and then still look at number two as a separate thing. Because we would just be adding those recommendations, I believe, to section F in general.
Yeah, because 2 is about assessing whether they're being disproportionately applied.
Yeah.
Which is different. And I think that I'm seeing a little bit of a connection between the raise, the one raise recommendation and then the one above it is that it says low level offenses, but it's not specific, whereas that recommendation is specific as to the types of low level offenses. And then talks about instead of going through a criminal process, directing them towards, a person in crisis team or, other responders that can, it's almost like a diversion that could, if you're publicly intoxicated or panhandling, maybe you need some other services.
So, hang on. So I'm looking at, so if I'm looking at the RAISE report on page 87,
Mhm.
I am certainly in favor of items B and D. And I'll even get behind C.
Where are you at?
Yeah, I'm confused. I'm sorry.
Page 87 in the RAISE report.
Okay.
It's page 102 in the document.
Okay, but how does that help tie that back to where we are now?
Well, isn't that?
Oh, you're talking about pretextual steps.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's what section it deals with.
So
So that gets me to item A. Upon stopping a vehicle for a minor traffic infraction, officers should not engage with occupants behind what is necessary to issue a citation. Before searching or asking for consent to search, officers should have probable cause to believe that the vehicle contains evidence of a crime. Upon asking for consent to search, law enforcement in Monroe County should advise occupants to refuse consent. Is there any thought pattern around that? We get an awful lot of guns pulled out of cars in Rochester in traffic stops.
I do not think it's worth the wholesale pulling over of predominantly Black men with the assumption that there's a gun in the car.
And I can agree with that, but you know what? It is not necessarily a wholesale process. So maybe that's a better question to ask. Explain and gather some data about traffic stops, where those traffic stops are occurring, and the percentage of cars that are pulled over where weapons are found.
I think I saw something like that with PAB.
I've been asking for that information for months. I think that traffic stops are where many people of color have found, the chance of harm from those traffic stops to the people, whether it's, by feeling like they can't drive around while being Black, or jumpy law enforcement, like we've seen. I don't think that pulling somebody over should mean that you have to have your car searched just because they think there might be a gun in there. And what are they using to make that judgment?
Well, Mary, I mean, okay, well.
It's stop and frisk in a car.
Well, wait a minute, Mary. Everybody who's pulled over, who is Black, who is male, their car is not searched. Okay? So I've seen, I get pulled over. I don't get pulled over as much as I used to. But when my cars were raggedy, I got pulled over often because I was driving a raggedy car. And they looked in the car and I don't have tinted windows or anything. So yeah, they're looking in the car. Every traffic stop does not lead to a search. If the officers certainly do need a cause to stop. But at the same time, my challenge is an awful lot of guns get pulled out of the Northeast on traffic stops. And and in many instances, the reason the precipitating cause for the traffic stop is that the car is not in really roadworthy shape, or they ran a light, or yes, I don't doubt the fact that they smelled weed coming from the car. So if you want to, I'm in favor of engaging in some nuance language around item A, but just to wholesale say, and I'm certainly in favor of making sure that folks know that you do not have to consent to a search, because part of the challenge is, you just never consent to a search. I don't care whether you did something or you didn't. You never consent to a search. But I'm just not there on item A.
All it's saying is that officers should have probable cause.
Yeah, and I agree. They have to. Otherwise,
That's what it's saying.
Well, if you just want to say then the officer should have probable cause for a stop, okay, I'm behind.
Probable cause for a search when making a minor traffic
probable
stop.
cause for, well, if you give them permission to search your car, the cause goes out. You don't need a cause. So the challenge is to help folks to remember and remind them that you never consent to a search. So I know you can't search my car, and I've had, well before I was on council, get pulled over. Hey, can I search your car? No, you can't search my car. So you stop talking. Well,
what do you disagree with then? Because all it says is that the officer should have probable cause and that they should advise occupants of their right to refuse.
Well, that's not what it says. Officers should not engage with occupants beyond what is necessary to issue a citation. Well, they're going to talk to you. You don't have an obligation to talk back. And I don't mean talk back in a negative sense. Just mean, hey, you ain't got to say no more than what you got to say. Before searching or asking for consent to search, officers should have probable cause. Yeah, they should. Okay.
So your issue is with beyond what's necessary?
Wait. Upon asking for consent to search, law enforcement in Monroe County should advise occupants of their right to refuse consent. You can throw it in there, but
can we wrap up this one and take a quick break?
Sure.
So where do we want to end up here?
Because
I don't even see the one you're talking about. My screen is on 6 and 7.
Katie, could you bring up the raise report?
But if we're going with F, are we on F?
We are on F.
Okay, and which part of F are we on?
We were on 2, and then it kind of got sidetracked to adding these 2 things.
And which 2 things? On the side over here from raise?
Yes, but I can pull it up in a much easier to read version. Maybe give me a sec.
So do we just want to take a break for a minute, or do we want to try and
we can finish this one and take a quick break, and we'll be done. Because you spend quite a bit of time on this one to let it just sort of start over cold.
So are we going to table that, or are we going to continue to hash this one out?
Okay, tell me where we're trying to end up at on this one.
Let's go back to which number are we on again? So we can
I think this is an addition.
This would be an addition, I believe.
We were on number 2, and I thought it related to the zero tolerance policing, but then I realized that number 2 is slightly different in focus. But then we ended up talking about both of these, which I submitted as additions.
Okay, let's put your additions in the parking lot for a minute. Okay, and just deal with what we have in front of us. We're in the report, right? And does it add? So you're trying to get it added beyond number 2?
I think number 2 is okay as is.
It's set. So you just want to add a number 8.
But number 2 is all about just assessing something. Whereas adding language about actually stopping pretextual arrests would be a good addition to that.
Okay, which one are we looking at?
So that would be a number that doesn't exist yet.
Okay, but we're looking at whether the one that PAB has or the one that a race commission has.
The race commission had it nice and succinct, and Katie had it in the in the chat. I'm not sure where it went.
Where
Can
is
we
that?
put it, can we keep everything up on the screen?
Are you talking about where the raise said,
Mike, I didn't mean chat. I meant the sidebar.
Yeah.
Raise and-
this that I have highlighted?
Raise, okay, good.
That's
Yeah.
not actually about two
That's
though
not,
either.
that's not number two,
that
no.
was, that was earlier. I think.
That's not number two.
Well, the parts in bold about the end and the use of pretextual stops is the part that you and Mary
Right.
Mike just debated on for 15 minutes.
So what's wrong with that?
So I'm hearing President Scott saying she wants to move in order. Is that right?
Yeah.
So what we just debated would be an addition to the end of section F.
Okay, so that
So-
then could become what is written here about ending the use of pretextual stops. Yes? We'd add that on at the end?
Well, I'm in
That
favor
either
of
the race one or?
Well, they're all raised.
Well, no,
recommendation.
there's something that has PAB.
Oh,
So I believe, President Scott, you're saying we could add this highlighted section about raise, which
Yeah.
mentions pretextual stops to the
Yeah.
end.
Mhm.
Okay.
So doesn't that cover what we're talking about here?
well, the other raise recommendations are more specific and talks about, not using marijuana odor, for example, to search a car, giving
Okay, but it
giving
doesn't go away. It doesn't go away. It's still attached to the report. We're just putting this in the report document, right? So what Ray submitted is still being submitted.
not really.
Yes.
I mean, we're
really.
submitting recommendations. We're not submitting
We
the
are,
agenda.
but that whole is not the work of the race commission going in. It refers to it in the report.
It's not my, and maybe Katie, you know this, it's not my understanding that the addendum is a part of what we're submitting to the governor. Are we just submitting the recommendations? Maybe I'm wrong.
My understanding was that we were submitting the plan and the appendices, but what we are working on right now is just the amendments to the actual plan, not. So either way, that appendix of the raise report is going to be submitted. It's
That's
just-
what I'm saying. It's in, it doesn't go away. I mean, it's gonna get submitted. What we put there captures it, so we can put it in
But
there
we're
and
not-
move on.
But we're not committing to it. So I felt like there was some agreement around the items underneath protectual stops. Is there any opposition to including it? Other than this is more.
Well,
Go
well,
ahead.
I mean, there's some data capture that needs to happen here too. I mean, but if we just leave it. So President Scott, what would you like to do on this item? I will
I'd
defer
like
to
to
the
put in that block that has in the use of pretextual stops. And even if we have to put also see something else,
I will defer to the president on the item. Let us move along.
please. All right, so let's take a real quick break, about 5 minutes.
Sounds good. My charger.
what's that about, Vice President?
I just love you guys, man. That's all.
Yeah, we love you too.
Out there, just putting that energy out there, you know, that love.
Okay. All right then.
It's the
That's
fourth
good.
quarter,
That's
man.
good
It's the
energy.
fourth quarter. You got to do it in the
Cheated.
fourth quarter.
Yeah. Send it out, get it back. Yeah, okay. All right. So let us begin again. Let's see. Councilmember Evans and Councilmember Melendez will be joining us, and perhaps Councilmember, there he is. Okay. All right.
Oh, I'm here.
Councilmember Patterson. He must be on his return trip. What were we going to, Katie?
We were going to six, I believe, under police policy, strategies, and practices.
Okay.
Both Councilmember Lupian and Melendez wanted to add part of the PAB recommendation back in. And the PAB recommendation adds the deadline to do it by the end of 2021. And then is Councilmember Melendez back on?
Yeah, I'm here.
You had a specific part you wanted to add back in, and I don't want to misrepresent that. You
Yeah.
said similar to New York City.
Yeah, so I believe this was already in the recommendation that the PAB had, but what I wanted to qualify here is that already handcuffed or restrained is the specificity that I wanted to focus on. And then the chokeholds, neck holds, and headlocks. I believe we already did some of this with the law that was, or the update that was from last week. But for me, that part of it, the already handcuffed or restrained, was important.
But
Okay.
did you want the entire recommendation? You were just putting emphasis on that?
For me, I was focused on that part of it.
Okay.
But I'm fine with whatever other members of council wants to do there.
What is training? So we would ensure that qualifier, like if when the PAB one, handcuffed or restrained. Is it a matter of putting something in that, adding it to their first sentence? Because I'm not sure we need all of the other stuff.
Yeah, so it's if we want to add the deadline by the end of 2021, that the city shall create orders, and then also adding the already handcuffed or restrained. Instead of adding the entire one is what you're proposing?
Yeah, I'm not sure how that.
Yeah, I tried to pick out the editorializing and focus on what we think, at least what I thought was the most important piece in that PAB recommendation.
Right.
So it would read as, by the end of 2021, the city shall create and enforce laws and policy relating to the breathing restrictions in accordance with New York State law and create training and disciplinary rules that will be enforced, et cetera, down to what is in the draft plan with Councilmember Melendez's, similar to what's been done in New York City, create orders, training, and disciplinary rules to end the use of chokeholds, neck holds, and headlocks, as well as use of sitting, kneeling, standing, or applying significant body weight on an already handcuffed or restrained person.
Yeah.
Okay.
That works for me. Anybody else?
Sounds good to me.
Okay, let's move.
Okay. Now we have 8, which is in regards to firing at moving vehicles. The PAB recommendation was just simply by the end of 2021, the city shall ban moving or shooting at moving vehicles unless there is a threat of deadly physical non-vehicular force against an officer or civilian. And Councilmember Melendez said, I believe the city recommendation is clearer, but I would add this at the end. When deadly physical force is authorized in these situations, an investigation of 2, because there was already a 1 referenced, or I'm sorry.
Yeah, so
Sorry, I'm confused.
Yeah, I can explain this.
Okay.
So when deadly force is authorized in these situations, so item 2 says, under 8.2, it says to counter a situation where the officer or others are unavoidably in the path of a vehicle and cannot move safely. I'm saying that when those situations occur, it should be an investigation should be conducted to determine whether or not the officer could have handled the situation differently or avoided the path of the vehicle.
Thoughts?
I'm okay with that. I just wonder why wouldn't there be an investigation anytime there is, I mean, when there is the issue of deadly physical force. But we can certainly put that in there.
Do we want to add any type of deadline to making this policy? Because the PAB's recommendation did also include by the end of 2021.
And for that.
Okay.
Is anyone against it?
No, my only hesitancy is that, and we're putting by the end of 2021, and I'm still going back to, are we talking June 30?
I think we had
Or
said
December?
and so when I write up the actual recommendations, I will clarify that.
Okay, all right, I'm good, thank you.
Okay. So for 9, which has to do about less than lethal weapons, I believe Councilmember Lupian wanted to replace it with the PAB recommendation, which I need to pull up. Councilmember Lupian, did you want the whole police or PAB recommendation to replace it, or just a certain section? Because I know this one has a lot of moving parts.
I think that's basically what I did.
I'm trying to find it, 1 second.
What is this we're looking at?
So now we're looking at
9.
9, and the PABs, I believe, was just simply for it was by the end of 2021, the city shall ban the use of chemical weapons like tear gas. but the plan has this chunk and then A, B, C, D. So it's more about phasing it out rather than just banning it straight across.
Yeah, I got issues with the banning, only because I'm familiar with details of a 2-day standoff where the only way they were able to get this guy out safely without injury was the use of they used chemical, I believe it was some type of chemical that they used, that they threw in the house, and was able to get the man out. So I think in certain situations, that tool is able to actually probably save them from having to do physical force in this particular incident. So
I do think tear gas is different though, because there's been a lot of studies to show how harmful it is.
yeah, I'm
Or
not
pepper spray.
banning. You know, I think certain uses, how things are used, but I think in certain circumstances, and I'll just give you one incident where tear gas, I think is what it was used appropriately.
But
I think
you don't
tear
even use it
gas,
in the
though, has been-
military.
yeah, I think tear gas has been taken off the list entirely, I believe. And the pepper spray or pepper, whatever it is,
Yeah,
that's still being used. And I know
Talking
there's some
about the pepper
concern,
balls?
well, even when it's not in those balls, there's some difference
Mace.
between that and tear gas.
Yeah. I know New
And
York
I-
City banned tear gas and they don't use it in the military because of the harmful effects.
Yeah,
But I think that there are, in that situation, CS
see, it's something
capsaicin. Yeah.
yeah.
I just when you use the word ban on certain tools that officers can use, I think in certain incidences those resources may be warranted. That's my point.
Vice President Lightfoot, are you against banning tear gas or just the banning of chemical irritants as a word?
I have issue with banning some of the particular resources and tools that police officers may be using in certain incidences. You saying tear gas is no longer used, so maybe I misspoke when I said they use that. They use some type of chemical.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to say. And
Yeah.
so I think I saw where it basically were trying to say ban all uses of chemical weapons or things of that. Yeah, there it is. Ban all C and ban on the use of chemical weapons like
That's
tear gas.
That's for peaceful crowd
Right.
control. So I think that one is just specific to crowd control.
Okay, I'm cool with that.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So I think the big difference between how it's written in the PABs is that the PAB says by the end of 2021, the city shall ban the use of chemical weapons like tear gas, and then doesn't have sections A through C, I think.
Katie, can you repeat the date? What date by 20 what?
End of 2021, so December.
Okay.
Weapon ban and do so without creating rules that are. I'm looking at the PAB one for this section, and it's not as impressive to me as some of their other ones are, or maybe it's the timing. And it does seem to go, when you look at the the other CD and all of that, it's almost in conflict with what the PAB is saying. They're saying do a study on them before you do it.
So I think the PABs is proposing to get rid of those exceptions.
Which ones?
I think, so they say implementation deadline and commitment to a ban is removed, and there's numerous exceptions, and that's the difference between theirs and the cities. So I think they're saying that you would get rid of those exceptions. So I think A through at least D, but I can't be sure.
Oh,
Let me look at
okay.
theirs.
Well, that's a horse of a different color. Mhm.
Katie, can you put that up on the screen so
Yeah,
we can see it?
I'm trying to find their actual. It's just reports. Is it working? Oh, there we go. Can you see this?
Mm-hmm.
So the left column is the PABs, the middle is the cities, and then the difference.
So that the way it's captured in the PAB column isn't quite the way it's actually stated. So they say working to consider. Now that's not a phrase you can wrap your arms around. Not if you want to get something done. You're working to consider. I just, but when you look at what they actually wrote, it is more illustrative than that.
In my amendment, I changed the wording in the beginning of the intro with all that work to consider to say by the end of 2021, the city shall implement changes to policy, practice, and trainings regarding these weapons. The new policies and strategies for the use of less than lethal weapons include. So it makes it a little bit more firm.
Yeah, I like that better.
Let me grab that language.
I would support that.
So Katie, I was wrong. I think I noticed that the PAB's recommendation was not as verbose. So there are a couple of.
Okay, let me grab it.
Yeah.
Okay, so do you know where you changed them within the ABC?
Yeah, if you could bring it up, then I could tell you.
I just pasted it into the comment. Do you see it?
You're still on the PAB document.
Oh, sorry. 1 second. There you go.
Okay. So on, let's see. On D, I have ban the use of irritants on minors 15 and under. Ban the irritants on all other minors and elders unless exceptional circumstances are present that pose an immediate threat of death or serious bodily harm to the elder, child, or others. and no reasonable alternative is available. And then support NYS legislation to accomplish these bans.
I'm confused how. Oh,
Sorry, that's E.
yeah, isn't that E? Okay.
It is. I think it got messed up in mine. Sorry.
No, it's okay. So that's the same as E though, correct?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm confusing myself here because something got messed up. Can you scroll down a little bit?
I know you changed.
Katie, is it the,
Oh, the volume set for the cannons. I have more stronger ban the use of long range acoustic devices, flashbangs, and sound cannons, and develop alternatives to the use of these devices for dispersing crowds. I think that setting the volume, there's no way that we'd be able to monitor that. And they are so damaging to hearing, and other cities have banned them.
So are you proposing to ban them or ban? Okay, you are. I see. So instead of H requiring the volume set, you say to ban the use of the LRAD flashbangs, sound cannons, and develop
Right.
alternatives. Okay.
Right.
Great. So does anyone have thoughts on that?
What was it that the PAB had about you banned or
Yeah,
discontinued use as you determine their effectiveness or impact or something? Wasn't there something earlier about that?
Oh. I'm not sure. They do
But
have something
just-
about sound cannons, so.
See.
yeah, their specific recommendation says by the end of 2021, the city shall ban the use of sound cannons, especially given the uncertainties about the long-lasting effects on citizens' health. That's the PAB recommendation.
Mhm.
I think my comment here on these pieces is really that alternatives should include research from other cities and countries on less than lethal options to replace the ones that we don't like.
Right. I mean, I'm all for getting rid of these things, but it also feels like cart before the horse to ban less than to ban non-lethal options without knowing what replaces them.
Yeah.
Which is why, yeah.
But this one I'm seeing here says ending RPD use of chemical weapons, sound cannons, and at protest flashbangs by the end of 2021. So are they just saying at protest or in general?
It's talking about crowd dispersal, so I would imagine.
Right.
But going back to what Councilmember Gruber was saying, and I think I alluded to that as well, about, well, no, let me say it this way. We didn't always have these things. these less than lethal weapons. So what are we saying we're looking for them to do instead? Should we not be wanting that to happen as they're getting rid of these lethal things? What is supposed to happen?
Maybe we can keep the recommendation, pardon me, as it is about volume, and add language in there about ensuring, I mean, similar to what the conversation about technology was before, we can ensure that there is a public process, at least through council legislation, about what comes next for non-lethal, for less than lethal options. I mean, I'm all for, I think the LRAD and the flashbangs are archaic. I'm sure there's better options. I just don't know what they are. And we can at least chart the path to get there without just banning them beforehand. I don't know.
I do agree with that. I think it goes to something VP Lightfoot said earlier too about tear gas and other things. We have to find something to be able to address issues like this without, because the last thing we want to do is take all these things away without a plan.
We're giving a deadline, so they have time to figure it out.
I hear you.
But there's no replacement. Like, what would they use instead? You know,
We're giving them time to figure it out. There's other cities that have done it, so I think it's up to them to decide.
Maybe that's the ask here is could we add something about a deadline for identifying and implementing alternatives?
So maybe something along the line about identifying those alternatives using research from other cities and countries by April 1st, 2022.
I'm for that.
That was just me matching everyone's together.
Yeah, that's fun. That would work for me, because to just ban them without any alternatives or additional considerations is not, I don't think is sound in terms of public safety.
I'm in agreement.
And we're good with that deadline, or can we move it up?
We've been seeming to use either the end of 2022 or end of the calendar year of 21. Or I'm sorry, end of April 2022 or calendar year.
Fine with either.
Councilmember Melendez, was the intent to have it at the end of April 2022?
Yeah, when I set these deadlines, I was just trying to use 6 months or a year, but those are flexible. So if we wanted to use the end of 2021 or April 1st, I'm fine either way.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody's gonna have to put this on a chart and look at how many dates we got on the stuff we got at the same time, because there's wanting to move expeditiously and then there's unreasonable.
Right.
Then there'd have to be some decision about what is most important to be done most quickly.
Is that something that we'll be able to do by Thursday?
That's an important deadline too.
I was planning on writing the amendments into a document, like a Word document tomorrow morning, so that it's easy to read. So we'd be able to tell by then.
Mm-hmm.
Full disclosure, I'm getting my second COVID shot on Wednesday, so.
You'll be fine.
No, I just might not be here Thursday. Because it's bad, according to some people. Anyways, but I am planning on getting that in by the morning.
You'll be fine.
Congratulations.
Thanks. But yeah, I think that's something that we can write up by tomorrow morning.
Where did the H language come from? Requiring the volume set. Do you know the answer to that, Katie?
There's no there's nothing citing it.
I guess would be RPD.
And I know the PABs wasn't volume set.
Right.
So yeah, I don't know.
Okay. I would still like to, I'd like to indicate in this document that there is a runway for finding alternatives. And I would love for there to be a mechanism for council to have an opportunity to learn about the less than lethal options that RPD chooses. I mean, that's part of the issue here, is that these decisions get made, and if they don't have to come to council for a vote, we don't know what they choose or why. So I think that would be a critical thing to include here. And that way it's public too, because we'd have to have meetings and notice it and vote on it or things like that.
So what if we add what we had before to what we're already working on? So say ensure that this is a public process, at least through council legislation. Something along those lines.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay. So for consider banning other less than lethal weaponry on letter I, there was another deadline added by Council Member Melendez. Which was farther out than the PABs, which was the end of 2021.
Yeah, on these recommendations, I kept them all the same, but open to, I just wanted to make sure there was a deadline.
Yeah, but if we add this blanket statement of identifying alternatives by 2022, do we need the other deadlines? I don't know if that's a question.
I think the blanket covers it, in my opinion, but maybe we can have the blanket go over the entire section. I'm not sure.
Yeah. I wonder if we put this section that says by April 1st, 2022, identify alternatives, instead of putting it as like the next letter, we bump it into up here so that it's blanket for all of these phasing out, banning, et cetera, et cetera. What about, how do we feel?
Can you say that again?
So right now there are a bunch of different things with timelines, like conducting this cost of an,
okay.
yeah. So instead of tacking on our new amendment for the next letter, we would add the amendment up here so that that deadline applies to these sections.
I like that.
That makes sense.
I'm just spitballing, but
I think that makes sense. Katie.
Yeah.
I put something, the way that I wrote my amendments were not in order of the report, which is making it a little bit harder to follow. But there was one I had on 6, and I don't remember, basically the PAB recommendation for, because we're on 9, so it was on 6.
6 in your document?
No, in this document,
Oh.
section F, number 6. I don't remember if you brought up the PAB.
Replace with PAB.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, we did. We talked about that a little. Okay. Good.
Wait, thank you.
That's okay. Okay, so then if we put that blanket deadline, we don't have to go through these deadlines unless you would like to. Councilmember Melendez? Okay.
We're good.
Okay. So now we're on to 10. RPD does not have facial recognition technology. If those technologies are pursued, city will engage with the community. And Councilmember Loopy and you
Yeah.
changed it a little.
Yeah, so a lot of cities have already determined that facial recognition is not a technology that is in our citizens' best interest. And it sounds like we're kind of saying that here without saying it. And so I just kind of make it a little bit more specific that not only do we not have the intent to acquire them, but we won't acquire it in the future. And also, it talks about contracting with other state agencies that use it and other types of biometric surveillance, and not contracting with them or using that data. Do you want me to read it?
It's pulled up right here. Oh,
Okay.
I just took it down.
Facial recognition technology endangers civil rights and civil liberties and will exacerbate racial injustice and threaten our ability to live free of continuous government monitoring. Its purported benefits do not outweigh the harm this technology will cause. The RPD will not own, license, or otherwise use facial recognition technology or other forms of biometric surveillance, including biometric surveillance conducted by partnered federal, state, and local law enforcement agencies. Moreover, the RPD shall not use information provided by other law enforcement agencies or private businesses that is the product of facial recognition technology as a part of any investigation. Yeah. I think that last sentence isn't needed.
And how are you defining facial recognition technology?
Technology that recognizes your face.
They're called cameras. Are you opposed to cameras?
That's not facial recognition technology.
Oh, okay.
Facial recognition technology can get a picture, can determine who you are by your image.
Yeah.
Match your face to a database.
Well, Mary, I hear you. I'm opposed. I'm okay with the statement that's currently in the document. I'm okay with the statement currently in the document to just wholesale. One, we aren't using it. Or better, or in my mind, a better question to ask is, are we using it? Apparently we're not. But to just wholesale ban a technology that we're not using, I'm just not there. I understand the biases that are built into it. I get that. We aren't using it. It may well improve, but to just say wholesale, nah, we're not doing that. I'm not there yet.
I understand your position.
If I may, I added just a little line at the end. If these technologies were ever pursued, the city will engage through a public input process, such as hearings or forums, to ensure that resident voice is included in decision-making. I feel like by taking it the next step and suggesting that there will be if we ever consider this, there'll be extensive community engagement I haven't done extensive research on what other cities have done, but I think that will at least create a wide breadth of conversation around this to determine in the future if it's something we should or should not do.
I like number 10, the way it's currently stated with the addition and stuff.
I'm firm on it. You guys can outvote me, but I think this crosses a line. And I think the wording of strongly not having it and no intent to inquire gets at the gravity of this type of technology.
You said you think that
the wording of this from the RPD, really underscores that, tries to assure us that they're not going to, but I'd like it to be more firm than that. And I think it hints at the gravity of this type of technology.
Well, I believe putting in the part about the engagement of the community and decision making and all of that, Okay, I for one, I'm good with the way it's written. It's showing on number 10. Where are you all at?
I'm good with it as written with the addition Councilmember Melendez is proposing.
Yeah.
I'm good with that, what Mike just said.
I'm good with Melinda's vote.
I heard a faint voice in the distance. What was that?
Is that Lachey?
I didn't-
Yes, I'm sorry. I apologize about my microphone. I was good with what Melendez's proposals, as my colleague said.
Okay, let's move.
I believe this is one of Mary's longer suggestions for 13 that she was
Lead.
gonna say, yeah, so that she was. We
Katie?
talked to, what?
Excuse me, Katie, I think you skipped number 11.
Yes, did you submit something? I just don't have it.
Yeah, I submitted it. Actually, I talked about it when we first came on.
Oh,
I gave
yeah.
you mine and I texted to you.
Let me grab it. So you want to add implement de-escalation training throughout the department and develop de-escalation strategies for every situation that includes citizen police confrontations. Crosswalk de-escalation training through operation policies.
That's correct.
What do you mean by crosswalk de-escalation?
Take the de-escalation procedures that they come up with and make sure, like go through each policy and see if they can apply it to that policy in operations.
I like it.
Sure.
Anyone against it?
No, that's good.
All right, so back to 13.
Yeah, so we said that we would revisit whether we wanted to go into the longer ones now or send them out. But the meat of this one is in the first paragraph. The other ones are more explanation. So
Do you want me to read it?
do we want to go through it?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
replace 13 as it is with, I'm going to read the first paragraph. Within 6 to 12 months, the city shall develop and implement the law enforcement assisted diversion program, a public health framework that reduces harm and recidivism, equipping officers with an alternative to arrest that addresses underlying needs in the mass incarceration crisis. Police will divert misdemeanor arrests in those cases due to poverty, substance abuse, and mental illness to trauma-informed intensive care management programs on scene, where the individual receives a wide range of support services, often including transitional and permanent housing and or drug treatment.
So LEAD is implemented in Buffalo and is showing a lot of success. And so, you know, they basically talk about this without naming the program, but in the UCLM, I think it was the UCLM recommendations, they note the program, or maybe it was Ray's. They note LEAD as well.
Is it the county program or is it a city program?
I believe it's Buffalo's, the city of Buffalo. And check in my notes. We did an interview with them.
Yeah, I can also say that I believe Albany has a version of LEAD. And this is in the Race Commission report as well. There's some, I think there might be some more succinct language that I shared with Katie in the document I sent, but I'm in support in general of looking at diversion and the program specifically.
So what is the problem with it the way it's written? I mean, it's captured. So what is the problem with that?
I'm, instead of kind of exploring pre-arrest, I'm naming a specific program that's been
But
very.
it does call for all of that. Well, where am I at? What sheet am I looking at now that's going up and down the page?
Oh, sorry. I'm trying to grab Miguel's language about it. There you go.
Okay.
Sorry, I forgot
So
that you
this
could see that.
paragraph that says research and develop a coordinated da 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 da. Isn't that what you're talking about over there?
I'm naming a specific program and talking about diverting specific poverty related misdemeanors, where it doesn't really talk about that in the as written.
Mm-hmm.
And this is, talking about youthful offenders. I think they're different.
Oh, okay. So the one that you're describing is not.
They're both talking about, they're talking about pre-arrest, but
right.
As written, it doesn't go into detail about what that means or name a specific program.
So those are like examples, right? Because teen court is also another example of that, and that's not listed.
Hmm.
I mean, teen court really gets to the heart of the matter of that. I mean, that's like one of the best diversion programs you can have around. They come out without a record, and then they have to do community service. So I don't know if you just want to give examples of the type of diversion
right.
programs and keep it broader.
So program, we would change the word program to programs and do that research and come up and look at a range of options. I mean, so Mary, I'll be honest with you. Sounds good. I'm not opposed to it. I hear council's point of it's captured in there. I see what Councilmember Melendez is saying, and I hear what Councilmember Evans is saying.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's room to explore here. We should, and this is a good idea, but I don't think we need to put that specificity in this document at this time, but we should certainly come back and explore this option. Absolutely.
Maybe we can put a deadline on it.
Yeah.
12 months. So we add 6 to 12 months. We add S after program to make it programs within. So within 6 to 12 months, research and develop coordinated and expanded a list or a range of options for pre-arrest diversion programs that have empirical support of their success. So we should get a couple of different programs to see what works, see what we think works best for Rochester, or what we want to build out and push for Rochester. I think that's a great idea. I'm certainly not saying no to lead, but I would like to know more about it. So I mean, that's kind of our due diligence side of it.
Mm-hmm.
Mike, get closer to your mic or turn it up when you're fading out on me.
Saying we just I'm not opposed to lead, but I agree we probably don't need to do that level of specificity here, but part of our due diligence as council is, okay, we get that expanded list of all these various programs that we can do for pre-arrest and pre-diversion, because I'm totally in favor of that. And then we go with whichever one we think is the best one, which is not to say that it is not lead, but
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying no. I'm just saying let's not be specific right now. Maybe that's a work session down the road.
I can live with that.
That's not crazy.
Yeah, I'm really, sort of sold on the way it's encapsulated in 13, and you can add on it that stuff that you just talked about, Mike, because it talks about partnerships with the DA and the court system. Mm-hmm. The city does not really have the bandwidth for some of the stuff we're talking about. You say Buffalo's doing it, but I don't know what unit in Buffalo it is. And if you look at the way that we're structured, and heaven knows, look at our tax base, what we need to look more broadly.
Yeah.
Yeah, Madam President, on that note, I think one of the ways that other communities have used it is that the law enforcement agency actually initiates the diversion. So I think that's where RPD could come in potentially and initiate the diversion into the program.
But I think it's a great idea, but I think we should just do the research. But I don't think we need to necessarily say that this is the program right now. But
I agree.
So Mary, nobody's saying no. We just say we want to know more. That's all.
I hear you. I'm not arguing.
Okay, so let's move on.
Okay, so we're on body worn cameras now. The first edit I have is G. The PAB's recommendation included a deadline by the end of 2021. Same for H. And for I, Councilmember Melendez proposed to have it implemented in the next 6 months.
You just put a timeline on that one? Sure.
Yep, that's it, just the timeline.
Okay, so end of 2021 for all of them?
So now, when we say zero tolerance, yeah, are we back to G?
Yeah.
So when you say zero tolerance policy, what exactly does that mean?
They say which may include dismissal. So that's all we got.
I don't think
That's for body worn camera, right? Like if they don't turn, if the camera's not turned up.
Yep.
Yeah.
This is another place where there's a lot of redundancy. There was another section up in C.
Can't hear you, Mitch.
How about now?
Little bit better.
Huh.
And I just got a text that we all sound hollow. So the echo.
I've been here for 8 hours. Like,
oh, so we're fading and reverberating at the same time. Okay.
That sounds like me. I was just gonna say there's a lot of overlap here because there was another section on body worn camera in C about technology. So I would just ask Katie if you're going to go through with a fine tooth comb to make sure that any timelines are aligned. I would love to see a total reduction in the duplication here, but either way, just alignment and timelines would be great.
all I'm going to say is I don't know how we do it, but I'm certainly in favor of it. So roll with it.
Okay. Next is 16, updating the RPD language access plan. Councilmember Lupian was in favor of the PAB recommendation. And Councilmember Melendez, was yours also the PAB, but just with a timeline?
Mine was a combination of PAB and the Race Commission.
Okay.
So I kind of put them together. And
Oh, I see. So they differ a little bit. Correct. The RAISE one includes the Monroe County Language Access Coalition.
So I think PAB includes Language Access Coalition, which I'm in favor of that. The Race Commission really focuses on 911 operators and ensuring that language access is appropriated from the beginning to the end. When there's I could pull up the exact race recommendation, but making sure from the beginning, when you call 911 all the way through the end of the interaction, that you have language access services available.
What do we think is the best version of this for an edition? Is there a consensus on that?
I'll defer to Councilmember Melendez.
The Race Commission, so 911 operators should be trained to inquire about the language needs of suspects Is that what you're speaking to, Councilmember Melendez?
Yes, sir.
Mandate training for 911 staff on racist and culture and linguistics competency tied to their job roles and emergency responses, including communication with deaf and hard of hearing clients.
What page is that in the raise report there, Vice President?
It's not a page. It's the thing that that Katie created with the PAB recommendations, race commission, city recommendation, and Miguel's recommendations. It's a comparison.
Okay.
It's a Word document.
Okay.
I think Councilmember Melendez made it. It's the one with the 4 columns.
Yes, yes. Okay, I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
No, it's okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
Councilman Melendez, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to take away your work, brother.
Nice.
So we're going to give you this one, Councilmember Melendez. Which one you want, brother?
Well, I'm going to say that, my recommendation, I feel, covers a lot of what PAB suggested, and really gives us a chance by engaging the Language Access Coalition. We're really engaging the county's local experts on language access. So I think that will cover a lot of bases for us if we can involve them. And then really looking at 911. I know we have a strong system, but I think there's some additional trainings that could be helpful to operators. So my recommendation as written is my recommendation to all of you to adopt.
Anybody opposed to?
I'm good with that. I'm good with that one.
Okay, that's the one. I'm good for it. Is anybody who's opposed to it?
Okay.
And that, Councilmember Melendez, does that covers multiple languages, right?
Yes, it does.
Yeah, because I know one of the best practices I'm reading right now is that the top 6 most commonly spoken non-English languages is what they recommend.
Yeah. I believe it's 5 and
Okay. Yep. That's perfect.
ASL as well.
Yeah, that's good.
Councilmember Melendez, does that include, did you say the deaf population was included in that as well?
Yes, deaf and hard of hearing. Yes.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're on to 23.
It's just an addition to the general section, so it'd be number 24. Councilmember Lupien, if you want to discuss it. It's regarding towing. You're on mute.
Well, what happened to 23?
Nothing happened to 23. I just highlighted it as an addition for the next one. Like
So
it,
good. I sent 3 emails just now with the 3 bigger additions.
Okay.
I'd rather we just take a look at them and see what people have to say.
Okay.
Katie, did you send it to my other email or no?
Councilmember Lupien sent it, but I can forward it.
Yeah,
Councilmember Lupien, did you just send those?
I just did to city
All right.
address.
I got like 5 screens up, so.
Right.
Yeah. No, I think it's, we're only on F, and I'd rather, we're all kind of a little dead. So take a look at it tomorrow.
It's only been 5 hours.
So right now we have G,
Troopers.
resizing the RPD, H, response to mental health calls, I, RPD recruitment, training.
Was there much disagreement around those?
Well, if you
I'll
reference,
tell you that G1 is the single most vague sentence I've ever read in my entire life.
Can you
Yes.
pull that? What it,
Yeah, I
Yes.
have comments on that to add.
yeah, it says G1 aim to reduce RPD personnel within the next 5 to 10 years so it can reallocate these resources to other programs.
And
Yeah.
I just want to point out that there's several pages in the document early on that talks about how we are an oversized police department for a city our size, the second biggest in the country for a police department for a city our size. So I don't see the point of waiting 5 to 10 years. And again, to be a broken record, I don't see how we can make a recommendation that doesn't immediately touch this year's budget And it's beyond me how we can figure out how to put how we as council could put the right language into G1 versus the administration.
So I had in mind to change the language to 1 to 5 years, but maybe we should make it, for this budget.
Make it what?
Can we adjust it for like the end of the calendar year or something to start working on that? Or maybe for this budget?
Well, technically, we've already started working on it with the, what was it, 250,000 that we took. But the 5 to 10 is not, that's not reasonable.
And this is talking about reducing personnel specifically. I don't know.
Right, yeah.
But President Scott, should we change that language to say continue to reduce?
Well, I think we can put put a time frame on it, but it should recognize that there, and it does in the full report, that the reallocation about money that went to the PIC team. And it talks about what the cost of full implementation would be without saying where that money was going to come from. So it's got to be something less than 5.
We're also not committing to an amount of how much we're going to reduce it by.
Well, let me kind of back up a little bit here. Why personnel as opposed to budget? Why are we talking about reducing personnel as opposed to reducing budget?
As opposed to what, Mike?
As opposed to reducing their budget. Why are we talking about reducing personnel as opposed to reducing budget? If we reduce the personnel, if we reduce the budget, the personnel will follow.
Right.
Same is true the other way around.
Nah.
And the point is that the very beginning of the document, I don't have the pages, I'll find it in a second, talks about how we have a disproportionately large police department for a city our size, including comparing to, not even just nationally, just comparing to Buffalo and Syracuse, which is pretty typically fair comparisons. We have a big police department. So that's about personnel, it's about people. And I just don't see for the life of me how we can talk about wanting to invest in all these other things if we aren't going to start to take some members of patrol off of patrol. And it can't wait 5 to 10 years. It has to happen.
So you want to reduce the number of officers on patrol?
I want to reduce the number of officers to begin to invest in the other things that we've talked about in this document, specifically the PIC team and other mental health response and other alternative responses. And I don't want to wait 5 to 10 years to do that, because I don't know where I'm going to be in 5 to 10 years.
Well, I can certainly agree with changing the timeline on there, but I have to be quite honest and quite frank. I hear what the document says about, okay, we got too many police. That is not what I am hearing from the majority of my constituents. What I'm hearing from my constituents is that I call and they ain't here yet. What I'm hearing from my constituents is that I've been calling and they still ain't here. So, and so the challenge is, I hear you, but that sure isn't what it looks like on the ground, and it sure isn't what it looks like to a significant number of the people of the city of Rochester. I get it. There's a whole lot of folks who want to cut cops and reinvest those dollars, and I certainly want to reinvest those dollars too. But to just simply say we're going to cut patrol, that's a hard lift. Now, if we're saying we want to change the allocations of their budget, and as you said earlier, Mitch, talk about reimagining what officers doing and taking different things off of their plate, I think that gets us there. But I think I certainly agree that talking about reducing personnel in 5 to 10 years means nothing. But my question is, how do we change that so that it means something?
Yeah, and I would jump in and offer that I think looking at this, because I hear what Mike hears all the time in the community, that really there's a response time that people are not in favor of. With that being said, though, I think it should be methodical and strategic in terms of if we're reducing and reallocating these resources, You know, what are we talking about when we say that? Is it changing the job description a little bit so that, you know, an officer has fewer things to respond to on the 911 grid? And then, you know, mental health is replacing it. Or one of the big things I heard from a lieutenant is that, you know, they spend a lot of time doing neighbor disputes. And could that be handled by somebody else as a question, an open question? So I think as we look at right sizing the job, at the same time, we will start to reallocate resources to other civilian responses.
Yeah, I think that I hear what you're saying, you know, and that this is talking about the deficit, the reduction, but isn't highlighting what we get instead. And, you know, I think it's really like we're taking jobs and roles out of from the police purview and putting them in other places. And to do that, you know, we need, if we're taking things away that the police have to deal with, we're not going to need as many of them, and they'll be able to focus more on the things that people are calling them for. And quite a bit of, I would say probably half, if you look at the data, of the things that they do are officer initiated, and calls for service are actually going down. So I think that within that data, I think it shows that, you know, we have the capability to reduce our force if we refocus and shift responsibilities. So I wonder if we can add to this sentence to add in that positive piece. Because I don't think we're losing anything as a community by doing this. I think we're gaining lots.
I think, Mary, you mentioned something, and I heard it talked about before. The data drives everything. We need to look at the data and see what the response times are, like Melinda had mentioned, and so did Patterson. Councilmember Patterson mentioned about the response times in our areas have been pretty poor, and we need to look at that data. And, you know, maybe that's something to look at. And then you look at number 2 and number 1, those kind of go hand in hand, where you have officers, uniformed officers, doing tasks that could be handled by civilian individuals. So, you know, you might look at those numbers, and then you'll aim to reduce RPD with that by transferring those titles or those functions over to civilian individuals, and then making where the police officers are responding to things that they really should be responding to, that based on what the community wants.
Yeah, and I think too, you know, talking about response times, it's not always how many officers are on the street. You know, from what I understand, officers decide which calls they go to, and there is some supervision that could be done better to make sure the officers aren't just ignoring calls that are difficult or in certain neighborhoods. So I'd love to see, you know, a research done on that.
We could also benchmark to cities of similar size or bigger. Like, you know, someone mentioned Oakland. Oakland has 435,224 people. They have 792 officers. We have. So how do we get to balance? I think that is a longer term conversation, but one worth having. But to Mitch's point, is one that shouldn't be too long in having. So when the question would be when it would be. When would you have that conversation?
I guess for me, I would suggest that, like, so response times is, to me, is more of a function of performance than number of people.
Yeah.
And because number of people is about, like, we know how big our city is, right? What, 34, 35 square miles, 208,000 people. Those benchmarks already exist, to Malik's point. I think we've been talking about right sizing for so long. I think what I like to see this recommendation say is, let's pick a number and let's create the runway to get there. And let's start that this year. I understand that it's not going to be a 1-year thing. It's not going to be a 2-year thing. It might be a 10-year thing. I hope it's not, but it might be. But either way, we need to stop talking and start acting. And this is an opportunity to do that.
A reduction in personnel does not necessarily correlate to a reduction in budget. but a reduction in budget may well definitely correlate to a reduction in personnel.
I think they're both, but
That's a riddle I can't quite grasp, Mike.
So here's my point is this, okay, you can reduce the number of personnel, but if you still have your same staff, you have the same challenges with your staffing model, what happens is that you will simply have more officers working overtime.
got it.
If you reduce the budget, okay, now you have a harder constraint to deal with because you still got a budget. You can't spend a dollar you ain't got.
Pick a number, Mitch.
Oh, that's awfully kind of you, President Scott, but
40%.
Now, is that a train or was that a bus? I don't know. We'll see.
Got wheels on it.
It is moving fast.
The new policing blueprint by the Pastor Myra and the Pastor John table called for 40%.
Well, I asked Mitch because, I mean, he's
He
like
declined.
solid on this topic. So I'd like to hear from him.
yeah, I'm solid on pardon me. I'm solid on this topic because there's no way for us to invest in the other things without divesting in the overall budget, what police department budget, and that includes personnel. And Mike's point is fine to me. It doesn't. I see that as you know, the different sides of the same coin. But I just don't. I'm not prepared to give you a number. I think we should benchmark to other cities. We should know what the number is, which probably is somewhere close to 40% that Mary said probably isn't far from what I would have guessed anyways, a 40% reduction over time. But
Okay, what time?
These numbers aren't hiding from us. Like, we know, and I think the PAB actually did it in their work. We know what other cities have for police department staffs. So I'd like to figure out what the right number is and start building towards it. But I don't know what it is right now at 9:59 on Monday night. Is it Monday?
Still,
It didn't go into Tuesday yet.
Don't worry, we'll get Tuesday. I mean,
all right. So how can we reshape this to get us there?
I would argue that instead of personnel, we say budget. I would say that instead of 5 to 10 years, we look at 1 to 3. And I think that's the best I can do on short notice.
I would like to say that before we vote on this year's budget, that there is an explanation of what the right size of the Rochester Police Department is.
Who's making that determination?
Yeah, that could come from us. That could come from the administration. Ultimately, I believe the numbers will speak for themselves because, again, we know what other cities have, our size, our volume. And then we make a determination of what the year runway is to get there. But I think 1 to 3 years is a lot more logical. And we got to take that word aim out. This has to be done. This can't be aimed for.
Well, we can just say, we can take out aiming too, and then capitalize reduce. And I would say reduce the RPD budget instead of personnel.
So we reduce RPD budget within the next 1 to 3 years, so it can reallocate the resources.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'd still like a lot more specificity on it, but I just don't know how we get there right now.
Right.
Maybe we can get there before Thursday. I think the PAB did a lot of research benchmarking other cities' police department sizes.
But I think that's the work of this council between now and the time we pass the budget. I don't think we have to have that answer today. But I think the changes that we're proposing to this document today move us in a direction. and an understanding that that if we're in favor of the changes as proposed, we have set our own marching orders for this year's budget cycle.
All right. So we're good to go with this?
So what are we doing? Are we going with, what are we going? Within the next, okay, reduce the RPD budget.
Katie wrote it.
Yeah, I wrote it
Here it
down.
is. Yes.
Is there anybody who's opposed?
I'm probably going to try to brainstorm some more specificity, but I'm not opposed to the concept.
Yeah, and we know we've got to get a number. We won't get a number tomorrow, but we know this is what we'll need to do before budget time.
Would you guys be opposed to like an at least percentage?
I'm opposed to a percentage at this point in time, though I have one in my head. But I think we have to do the research and we got to do the work. And I think we need to do that collectively, and we need to pull on a lot of stuff to do that.
That's what Raise was supposed to do.
That's what who?
That's what I thought Raise was supposed to do.
And that's what we will do, but we don't have to do it today, and we don't have to do it by the end of the week.
Are we going on to 2?
Yes, go on to 2.
Councilmember Harris.
Yeah, I'd like to add, and I think I mentioned this earlier, that we'd like to add, and I'm gonna add one more little caveat to it, is that we'll add a timeline to it by end of 2021 or 2022, April 2022, to identify tasks handled by uniform officers. We'll add that in there. And that would change that for me.
So by which one?
April 2022, the same timeline that I think Melinda's used.
Actually, I believe that the police already have that done. And I think we can request that.
I know that Chief Singletary made a list, but I don't know if it's exhaustive.
Well, and that's why I'm saying we go back to we request an update.
Yeah.
From our current chief.
But we're letting the police tell us.
No. That's the starting point. We can still modify, but we can request that. And
What
I think that
yeah.
let's get that, because we've got it. And I think it wouldn't be unreasonable to ask the current police chief to review it and make recommendations. She sends it over to us, and then we review it and possibly have a conversation with the community. And that goes back to council member Harris's point with a timeline on when that needs to be done by. And because on some level, we actually need that sooner rather than later. Because if we're looking at G1, that's what we should, my thought is we should be using that to inform that thinking around G1.
Yeah. What's the PAB recommendation under that? What number is that for, Katie?
G3.
Oh, okay. Because it looks kind of related to what we're talking about too. But
So the PAB's recommendation for G3 was by the end of 2021, the city shall commit to providing the financial and institutional support for a process to achieve longer term change to change Rochester's policing / public safety budget. This process.
That's G3. That's not any other two before it. That's not 1 or 2. That's 3.
it seems like a combination.
I can double check.
It does talk about the department. in the second part of it. Department of Public Safety.
I'm not sure what exact line item this was, but that's what I have for the area.
So the PAB recommendation does seem to encapsulate 1 and 3.
Without the specificity of the, by the end of 2021, yeah, okay, yeah, that's pretty specific.
Mhm.
Okay.
So it's sort of, that's what's in here, right? Under B. Well, actually, I'm looking at 4B. That's what that says, almost word for word, isn't it?
Yeah, so I pulled these from the comparison chart, so I don't know the exact one that
Mhm.
it was referencing for the PAB.
So are we on 3 or are we on 4? Or are we
We-
just trying to put them all together?
Well, we were on 3.
And
Okay,
then, yeah. Consider reinstituting and rehiring a person. Yeah, so we need to put a timeline on, at least on 3 and 4. Because I think the items are okay, they just don't have any end date or even a real start date for that matter.
So for 3, Councilmember Melinda said this work to happen by April 1st, 2022.
Okay,
And that would be for 3, but then
you know what? It seems that 3 is putting the cart before a horse almost, because it talks about hiring a public safety commissioner, but then down here, it talks about developing a budget recommendations, and it doesn't talk about the blueprint in here, does it?
it talks about changing the blueprint for policing and public safety in 4.
Yeah,
A.
so it seems like you almost have to do that before you do 3, wouldn't you?
So do you want to move 3 into like 4D? Like
Yeah.
bump it down. Okay.
Yeah,
so 4 is going to go away and 3 is going to become D on the current 4.
Yeah.
So then we are no longer considering 3 as an independent item. And so now we are moving to 4.
okay.
And then for 4, do you want to put a blanket timeline? Or do you want to do it for individual sections of 4? The PAB had said by the end of 2021.
I think that 2022 might be better. This one is bigger.
The end of 2022?
Well, no, we're doing the April date,
Yeah,
right?
okay, yeah.
April 1st, right?
We'll go with the April 1,
I know
2020.
that's April Fool's Day, right?
It is.
And yet we planned for it.
Melendez, you're gonna pull an April Fools on folks on that day?
I guess so.
Okay, so that's that one. That's A. Well, that's 4, whatever it is. Number change.
So we did that. So this is where I think this PAB one that we read a couple minutes ago is just keeps coming back because it could replace it. But if you like how 4 is with dates, we don't need to go back to it.
I do like the PAB's recommendation when they're talking about Black and brown community.
Says it should canvas Black and brown people facing homelessness, poverty, and marginalized communities. People's budgeting process.
We've done that. Well, that's been done in the past, but. So do we fundamentally need to significantly change B?
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
B is good as it is.
Yep.
Is there anybody who disagrees? Let's go that way.
Nope.
So for C, support the PAB in its necessary work. Councilmember Melendez suggested adding, this includes strategically and incrementally increasing the PAB's budget. Sorry, I lost my spot. Which this is also kind of a repeat from another section where it says support the PAB.
So my comment here, we received a lot of public input on this, but my feeling is rather than arbitrarily coming up with a figure, and I haven't seen a detailed budget yet, right? So that's where my comments come from, that we need to strategically and incrementally increase the budget commensurate with the duties and responsibilities that the PAB currently has. And as it evolves, if they're authorized to do discipline in the future, then we should really look at how do we make sure we understand what it will take to do that, if that makes sense.
It makes a lot of sense.
I got a so I asked the PAB for kind of like a explanation of the number they're requesting. I guess I trust them to know the amount of money it will take to do their job. And they are tasked with, should they get their discipline back, turning complaints around in 90 days, which is, I think, what we want them to do, but takes a lot of work. And I think we know once we have an agency that's trusted that can actually hold officers accountable, there's going to be a flood. And I want to make sure that they have what they need. And so I guess I want some kind of language in here that we're taking into consideration what they proposed and what they need.
I just would just push back on that just a tiny bit, only to say they really don't know what they need. Okay.
Why do you say that?
Because they've never done it before. That's why. They absolutely have never done it before. So they may have some inkling based on maybe their research, but they've never done this before. So they really don't know what they need or what it's going to take to get there. And so that's going to be some of their growing pains and some of our growing pains along with them. And that's not to say we won't support that. But the fact of the matter is they've never traveled down this path before. So anything that they present is just their best guesstimate based on their research. but not based on best practices, because they've never done it.
Oh, I think it can be based on best practices because there are practices out there for investigating civilian complaints and doing research on and recommendation on policy and procedures.
Not with discipline. You're saying if they get the discipline power, they're going to be bombarded with cases. So there's no one that has all that. There's no one that has that. So that's a good understanding that if getting to that point, of course that we think that, and that's the hope, that we would think that they would be trusted enough to that folks would be trustworthy enough to send their complaints to them, and that they would be bombarded with complaints. However, as it's stated now, to me, to say that I trust that they know what they need, I'm not there yet. As far as that, I think that they know exactly what it's going to take to get what they need to get, because they've never done it before. They just haven't.
Yeah, and VP, I think having them at some point, whether it's in budget season or whenever, explain to us, what it costs to do the policy, practices, and procedures work, evaluating trainings, et cetera, versus what it will take to cover disciplinary cases. Having those things presented to us in a way that we can digest it and determine if it's something that's feasible and reasonable, I think will be helpful for us as council members, because I think right now we're in the dark to some degree, at least on what these things will cost. We can guesstimate, but I don't know that we have the full answer to that question yet. And if we can get some clarity around that in the next couple of months, I think it'll be helpful for us as council members.
Well, we also have to recognize that the whole issue of receiving complaints, even without discipline as an option, has to be on the table. You know that we're paying another agency to do that. That is something that the PAB was created to do. So we don't know what we pay that agency, right? But the PAB is not doing that. So there needs to be some understanding what it would cost for the PAB to even take up those duties, even as we wait for the discipline decision to come through. So this whole thing about looking incrementally and increasing as the duties and responsibilities are reviewed and further developed makes a lot of sense to me.
Council President, do we know when they're going to be taking over those duties from CDS? Do we have a plan for that or a timeline?
They need to develop we don't. The PAB needs to develop policies and procedures, and I think they've got like 60 days after getting that done.
Can they take, I mean, is it a strategic decision to wait for the disciplinary ruling? Because if they take the cases now and they get their disciplinary power, they won't be able to take them later. Is that part of this? Or that's not even a consideration?
It actually wasn't a consideration.
Okay.
Because the CDS is currently, receiving and servicing complaints, and discipline is not on the table. They send their findings to the chief.
And part of the thinking around creating the Police Accountability Board was that the community had lost faith in CDS process. So why are they still hearing the people's complaints if we fundamentally believe that they are a credible resource? Ideally, Police Accountability Board should be hearing those complaints now, and regardless of whether or not they have discipline authority, they should still be listening to the people and making and calling balls and strikes.
It's not to say that CDS doesn't do good work. It's just that they have their hands tied behind their back. Just throwing that out there.
No, I don't think that was the inference. Well, not from me, that their work was not good. They do good work. But they just have lost credibility. I mean, folk don't think that they do, and it's really not them. It's the system within which they were working. Okay, so where are we gonna go with this? Are we on B or C? Or what? We're on C.
We were on C.
We're on C. Okay, and I like what Councilmember Melendez wrote. And you can add, it says support the PAB and its necessary work as outlined by the charter. This includes strategically and incrementally increasing da da da.
Okay.
Anybody opposed?
I just remember a conversation, reason why that was left out, and I just wanted to bring it to the space. If I remember correctly, and Councilmember Melendez can correct me if I'm wrong, I believe in this particular portion of the conversation, there was a misunderstanding or difference of opinion as to what the charter says. And they were saying that they wanted to present their own budget and basically and not straight directly to the budget department and not have to go through city council when their budget is supposed to be presented to us or made by us, if you will, or approved by us. And then that's where there was some conversation around with the mayor and administration, mostly the mayor and Connor around this. And that's why it didn't get adopted in the language that they had, because there was reference to basically they didn't feel that, that they wanted to write their own budget and not have to be approved by council. And I think there was a misunderstanding in how the charter read, or differences of interpretation. And so that was that's where I remember that conversation going. Councilman Melendez, do you recall that conversation?
Yes, VP. I think it's right above my comment. There was the original PA recommendation, Katie. I'm not sure. Yeah. So I think it's in there. And
I'm cool. I just want people to be aware of
that
there may be difference of opinion when it says outlined by the city charter. Just understand that there may be a difference of opinion on what that outline in the city charter means between administration, city council, and PAB. That's all I want to bring to the space in that conversation.
Yeah, VP, I hope some of those things have been clarified since, but I do remember that conversation.
Okay.
But I'm good with what Melendez made.
Okay.
All right. So if nobody is opposed, we can move on.
So we're at response to mental health calls. 3, evaluate the PIC pilot program. There was a PAB recommendation that said by the end of 2021, the city shall drastically increase funding for first responder systems that appropriately replace police with social workers, mental health providers, and other non-police personnel. The city shall do so by making the goals, work, and evaluation of the Office of the Crisis and Intervention Services and all other alternative first responder systems fully transparent. This means releasing on a monthly basis expansive details about all the aspects of the systems, including how they diffuse crisis situations, allow first responders to actually control the response, and determine whether police officers or non-police personnel will be in charge of the scene. All city evaluations of these new first responder models, including the PIC team, shall be fully transparent to the public. Success and failure for each model should be clearly defined to the public within 2 months of the launch of any alternative first responder model.
I'm good with that.
So by saying we will drastically increase funding, it says that even before we talk about what the outcomes are, what the service is. That seems like one has to go with the other.
Yeah.
And maybe, and as I look at 3 and those bullets underneath there, where it delineates the metrics, would the increase, say, be contingent upon or reliant upon the service level? Or, I mean, how do we know how much money to increase? I think maybe that's what I'm getting to.
Wondering if the language is there would serve us just fine, because it has a cost benefit analysis at the end there.
It's funny.
I think if we look at other cities in our population, that our number would be around 5 million. So
I couldn't hear you.
how about now? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I was saying if we look at other cities and kind of do the math of what it costs there and our population, I think it would be about 5 million to staff up to what we need.
And that's based on the number of people they see, or the number, I mean, the number of calls for service, or what?
Right. The number of teams that they have and population. And the cost in other cities. And if you scale it up.
And
That makes sense. Like it's 2 million in Eugene, Oregon. So do the math.
And there might be time to get an independent analysis on that when you have differences of opinion on what the dollar amount is.
Well, I would imagine that the commissioner might have an idea.
So is this document the best place to address that?
Can we say something like committing to the amount it takes? Because, you know, what we're asking PIC to do right now to respond to all mental health calls, you know, they have to staff up rapidly, and they're only guaranteed until June. So,
well, appropriate necessary resources, appropriate necessary resources, and what those appropriate necessary resources may be, you know, will be based upon the analysis. And I mean, the good thing is we're kind of just reiterating that because everyone is committed to it. So it's not like this is something that is controversial. So we're committed to doing that. And part of those resources will also be making sure that we connect with that we're connected with the county as well.
Well,
except the only issue is that we still don't know how we fund this upcoming fiscal year when the pilot goes through June.
Mm-hmm.
But we're committed.
I'd like to see.
But we're committed to funding it, though.
Correct.
Yeah, this might be one of those one shots. You know what I mean? With hopefully, with some of this money we get, hopefully this is one of the areas that we can really beef up with that. Hopefully.
Well, PIC can't be a one shot. So I mean.
Well, depending on how the money is earmarked, hopefully it's not a one shot. But you know, if we can extend the pilot until we can find out how we're gonna do this over. You know, of course, we're going into new ways of how we're doing business, but I don't know how the money is going to be earmarked. So that's why I say one shot.
Well, no, and I understand that, and I get that. But I guess what I'm saying is this. So, my opinion, PIC may well be a 6-month pilot program, but I think this council should seriously start talking about extending that pilot for a year. We evaluate this current 6-month cycle at the end of that 6 months, but with the understanding that with the new fiscal year, we are going to continue to fund PIC, and we just make a commitment now to fund it for another full year. It's unfair to the staff and to the commissioner and to this community to let there be any hint or notion that this thing will go away anytime soon. So I think however we want to wordsmith that in, we do that.
I agree. I just think taking, like, I don't want to fund the pilot for another year. I don't want to go back. You know, I want to commit to this ongoing.
Well,
I feel like
Mary,
saying the pilot sounds like we might go back.
well, Mary, I hear you, but I'm already advocating for adding a year right now, and we still got budget time to work. So I hear you, but
I'm just saying, take out the word pilot. That's it.
well, no, well, but we built it as a pilot with the understanding that it is a pilot. We do have to evaluate what that pilot period has done, but I believe that we certainly have to make a commitment ASAP to extend it. And then whatever we get out of that first set of data and information, we make adjustments and we move forward. I get it. Other folks are doing this in other places. Everything doesn't just replicate clean and easy across the board. Different communities, things work one place, they don't work another. It is my sincere hope that it works here. But, you know, I think part of that is we have to, and I get your point. You're like, hey, let's make the commitment.
Yeah, it's already working here. We see.
Harry, I don't doubt that. Why do you think I'm sitting here going, yeah, let's kick it out a year right now? But at the same time, we kind of have to also do what we said we were going to do, which is 6 month pilot. Okay. Let's continue that pilot while we figure out how to make this sustainable. It's part of that. And, you know, I'm waiting for Mitch to dive in and go, well, you know, this is what I was talking about before about taking money out of the RPD budget to fund other things that are good. I kind of waiting for you to Mitch.
I'm too tired for I told you so's.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
so
obvious.
let's
That's that
let
thing.
us, can we just wrap this right here and tell me
Yeah.
what we have after this? And Mary, we're not going to be able to talk about your towing stuff.
No, I know that.
I believe that's a work session, and
I
you
s-
might want to propose legislation or something, but we're not going to get to that.
I'm not asking to talk about it tonight. I was asking for you guys to look it over and we can discuss it tomorrow. There's 2 other things.
I don't want to
as
talk
well.
about it tomorrow. I mean, I don't think it's for this. I think we should do it as like we do in developing legislation, do it as a work session with council.
I mean, all
You
of
got a
this is,
whole section on towing.
I do. I think all of this is legislation, but we're putting it in this plan as a promise. So I'd like to hear from people's ideas on it. You know, I hear you, President Scott. I welcome the open door to discussing it more in the future.
How much do we have to do on this one right here? Because we got staff that have obligations.
So
Are we calling it a night, Council President?
Are we about done? That's why I don't have a sense
no,
of
so we have 5 pages left, and to give you a
5
reference,
pages left.
the entire thing has only been 16 pages, so we've only done 11.
Lord.
It's good
So
work.
can we send, yeah, we did great work, actually. Can we send the 5 pages out to be reviewed and get back to you, Madam President, by a certain time tomorrow on our thoughts, and could maybe convene a 1-hour session, you know, where we can really dive into those last 5 pages.
Okay, let me look at you.
And wrap it up.
Well, the last 5 pages shouldn't be that hard. I mean, let's just schedule a meeting for tomorrow, and you know, it's gonna take some time, folks. This is pretty complicated.
We got a spot that another meeting was canceled at 4. Is anybody available for that?
I'll be there. 4 o'clock tomorrow.
I'm there.
All right. Can we do 4 o'clock tomorrow, people?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, Lachey, I see that. Oh my goodness face. Okay. Okay. Councilmember Evans? See, he left already, preparing for
I'll-
4 o'clock tomorrow.
I'll be
No,
late.
I'm here.
I'll be late
You
for
said
4 o'clock.
4 o'clock tomorrow?
Yeah,
Yeah, I have a 5 o'clock, so as long as we can wrap it up. I'll look over to see if there's anything that we need to get
Okay.
done. I just think we need to get it done. So
Well, can I ask this, please? Madam President, Katie, would you let me know if this is doable or not? Would you be able to send us the document with the corrections that we've made up until this point, and we can focus our attention on the last 5 pages?
oh, look at her face. She's saying, oh my
If it's
God.
not, if that's too much.
No. By when? I have an appointment in the morning at 8:30, but
Okay. Well, can you at least send us the last 5
yeah,
pages?
yeah. I'll send before I leave tonight. I'll send you guys the document and where we stopped,
Okay, thank you.
and then I'll work on getting them written up nicely in the morning.
Okay, so wait a minute.
Councilmember Gruber, can you do that tomorrow?
I'll be a little bit late, but I'll get there as fast as I can.
Okay.
Okay, wait a
Councilmember
minute.
Linda, did I ask you?
Yes,
Councilman Paris, I know you got 4 o'clock open, so,
No,
okay.
that ain't not my problem. Is not me. My problem is, when is our staff supposed to sleep?
Well, yeah, just why I'm trying to get you all off now. All right, so we're done. And Katie, just send out what we've got.
Yeah, that's what I'll do.
The
It's just
last
gonna
5
be with
pages.
yeah.
If you can't get all the other stuff together, just skip it and just send us the last 5 pages.
Okay.
And we can go over that and prepare for our work. All right?
Yep.
Thank you all. Thank you so very much. Oh, Councilmember Lubian, I forgot if you would be there tomorrow for.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
it's 10:38. Parents, do you know where your children are? Good night.
They're sleeping.
Like Rochester, do you know where your council is?
Exactly.